NPR presents Wednesday's Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Then Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio to finish the VIXEN'S vault for the night. Flip the dial, hear the preacher of the weird silver tongue pouring static in my ear. He says the host is cloned, the sponsor sold his souls. Behind that perfect grin is a forked tongue in control. Censorship sucks. Roundtable radio. Paranormal intelligence agency radio. We don't care. We landed on the West Coast. They couldn't figure if they were boys or girls, so we ended up in Texas. Midnight Lizard Hotline, they're calling in from the dark, talking gray-eyed visitors and kings with a serpent heart. KBPR presence, teenagers from the Pleiades, teenagers from the Pleiades, turn it up, let the fear sound fine. Oh yeah, it's the Midnight Lizard Hotline. We don't care, we don't care. He's taking calls from a trucker on the line. Swears he saw a saucer parked off I-9 on the dash, a magazine with a starlet's face. Brother, she don't blink, she just sheds that skin in place. Teenagers from the Pleiades, Censorship Sucks Sunday edition. Teenagers from the Pleiades, we don't care, let the fear sound fine. Hey, Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio. Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. Teenagers from the Pleiades, Midnight Lizard Hotline. We don't care, we don't care. We'll come for you if you dare. Come back Sunday for more Censorship Sucks Sunday edition. Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio. Then Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio. TDPR presents Wednesdays Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio.
All right, it is for March 2026. I am setting up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. And that's a little flavor and taste of the music streams I do on other platforms and the platforms that you may be listening to right now. So, but while I get that going, I am going to get John and Bullhorn Barry up and running here in just a second or so. It's been a good week so far. It's hump day. More to come. Lots of stuff in the news. I'm sure our folks are going to tell you all about it. So if you're in any of the chats, welcome in. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Let me call up the crew. Oh, I almost forgot. There's one platform I missed. There we go. Get that old telegram going. We do get a few people in there from time to time. Usually guests. But there we go. We are up and running all over and looking good. So let me call up the crew.
Hey, what's going on?
You, man, it's all about you right now. How you doing?
It's always about me.
Of course.
Doing all right, man. How you been?
First show host of the night. It's about you right now. I'm doing really good. I had some. I actually got a package in from my sister, and that was really good. Some old pictures and things like that from my parents' house. That was good. I'm real happy about that. So that's kind of made my week so far. How about you?
Okay.
Anything going on with you?
No, I'm just hanging out.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the show.
How about Blue? Is she doing good?
Yeah, she's good.
I told you we got a puppy, right?
Yeah, you did. That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, let's we'll see how she goes when she gets bigger. She's just so tiny right now.
Oh, tap to agree to a new privacy notice. No thanks. Busy right now.
Yep. Lots of stuff in the news. Oh boy. I'm sure you got it packed for tonight, huh?
Yeah, we got Brent coming in too.
Yeah. I got that all set up.
Cool. Joe Biden. That guy. Okay, I think I covered that. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay, so does that give me 15 tabs?
Only 15? I got like 100 of them. No, not that many.
15's good if I have Brent in the first hour, because that's, basically an hour's worth of stuff to cover.
Yeah.
And a lot of it's about the war, but probably 4 or 5 of them are about the war.
Yep.
All right, just the news load. There we go.
Yep.
Run so hard.
There you go. You gonna check them out to see if they play?
I don't know if I'm gonna play anything. I guess I gotta look. There might be like one clip in there I need to play.
Hey, Roger, how's it going? Awesome. You restreaming for us tonight? Cecilia in the Kick Chat as well. You shout out.
This silly one.
Yeah, we missed her. Yeah, Boxy should be in here probably pretty soon too. You know, when he sees that I'm up and a few others. Takes a while for them to notice. Do.
Let's see here if I have any messages. No, I don't have a chat notification. That's odd. I always have a chat notification, and there's never anything there.
I feel like I'm slumming it tonight. I'm eating fish sandwiches and chips.
Nice.
Yep. Threw some in the air fryer. I'm like, you know, I'm getting tired of eating the same old thing. Let me put some fish in there.
Yeah, you gotta mix it up.
Yeah. You don't mix it up, man. Stomach says something to you later, you know?
Hello.
Zoom Games.
What's going on, everybody?
You
are.
just like CS.
What's up, Barry?
I want to welcome everybody with some beautiful ASMR sounds there. That was me tapping a non-GMO Meyer Lemon Club soda.
Well, nice. Good for you.
Oh, I thought you were, promoting Aryan soldiers making recordings.
That was actually...
Which David Hogg does.
Oh, yeah? Okay,
yeah.
Playing them
He made a song about Aryan soldiers making recordings.
Making what kind of recordings?
ASMR, all right, just ASMR. You know, it's like,
nice.
he just used the name, the initials to do that. I was like, okay, well, that's kind of a David Hogg thing, you know.
He needs to write a song about the last 4 days, how we've had grayouts here in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Grayouts?
No sun.
Have you really?
Yeah. 4 days in a row, dude. No sun whatsoever. We get sun maybe once a week. And then, we'll see a little bit of sun maybe twice a week, before they start spraying again. There's a couple of days where they spray not super heavy, but they still spray, fairly heavy. And then there's like 2 or 3 days where it's just a gray out.
Or are they just trying to get rid of the evidence because that's all they have left?
Get rid of the humans.
Since funds have been cut so heavy.
It's so ridiculous, man. I can't even believe that it's still ongoing. I can't, because it's so obvious. Now, I don't know, maybe you don't live in an area where they're spraying, but in my area, everybody sees it. Everybody knows it, man. It's just like you don't see sun anymore. That's not good for your psyche at all.
Mm-hmm.
And, it doesn't really bother me like it used to anymore. I don't know, man. Something like happened to me. Something clicked like about 2.5 weeks ago, where I just, and I mean this in a positive way, and I know a lot of people won't understand that, but I just started caring less, and I found that I cared more when I cared less, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because everything is so...
You're just transitioning. You're transitioning to be like people in the Northeast. You know that, right? Because like people from like Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and all that, they only get sun maybe 2 or 3 days a week tops, even when it's really nice. All right, and the rest of the time it's rain, snow. It's cloudy.
It's kind of like they want to make everywhere that way.
Yeah.
You know, make it like
Chicago
London.
was like that for half the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'll either get too hot for the clouds or too cold until the wind blows, and then the clouds come in from the wind off the lakes for you. Yeah.
So I just noticed Lou Holtz died.
Oh,
Who?
yeah.
Who?
Lou Holtz, Notre Dame football coach.
Oh, there's a lot of people that died. Another guy died from ALS. Another a Disney producer, and of course you had the other actor from Grey's Anatomy die of ALS. He could barely speak, man. I mean, people, if they even understood remotely like how dramatic ALS is and what it does to you, it's so incredibly disturbing the way it basically slowly kills you to where you can't move, you can't speak, your respiratory, you get atrophy everywhere. And then within 2 years, most of the time, 2 to 3 years, you know, your respiratory, your lungs just stop functioning. And you listen to like that guy from Grey's Anatomy, he could barely speak, man. You know, he sounded like he, you know, had a stroke or something and was trying to speak or something. It's just so brutal. And then there's studies connected to the death jab. I looked it up, and ChatGPT showed me the studies and stuff, and it kept saying, well, it doesn't prove anything. And I go, well, it doesn't prove otherwise either. There's a connection. Obviously, that's what the study points to, you know, that there's a connection between the vaccine and getting ASL. Or ASL, I think is what it's called. But it's brutal, man. And that's how evil these people are. They gave people a shot that literally tortures you for 2 or 3 years straight. And then you put your family through hell on top of it all. That's kind of what I was saying about it. I stopped caring so much because you can't carry the weight of all the BS that's happening in the world. You just kind of have to let it go and let God have it. And then you can actually be of good use, because if you carry it, man, it just weighs you down, makes you feel. So I'm not carrying it anymore because there's just too much. It's just too much of the insanity, you know, happening. And of course the Iran war, you know, I'm not too concerned about it, but it's become a big dividing thing between, you know, those on the right now. You know, if you're pro the war, you know, and then you're evil, and if you're not pro the war, you're evil, because that's everybody's picking sides again and just hammering at each other. You know, it's brutal what's happening, dude. I mean, the division within our party is just like, yeah, I don't know what to make of it. You know, really, to be honest with you, I don't know what to make of it all. But it's not good, I don't think. But I'm not going to draw any.
No, it never is.
I mean, I think it's going to take a few weeks to find out what's really going to happen there in Iran. And all these people that are jumping to conclusions, saying, you know, we're going to World War III, Civil War. I mean, I've heard it all, dude. I've heard it all. I mocked it all. I mocked it all on Twitter. I said, quit jumping to conclusions, man. David Icke kept saying, you know, we're going to World War III now, Civil War, blah. I'm like, shut up, dude. Just shut up. You don't. And then he spends half of his time bashing Trump, when Trump's maybe the only leader in the world that's really anti-globalist.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, why don't you spend your time bashing the globalists? You're the one that's supposedly so enlightened. Why don't you, you know, instead of bashing Trump all day?
Brent sent me an email asking me if there was anything really going on in the world we're talking about.
Exactly. And dude, I'm telling you, man, like these 2 months, it's like 5 years have passed in 2 months. That's how crazy it's been.
I know. I'm trying to think, because it's like, you know, I mean, I've got all the stories in front of me from the last 3 days, but like over the last month, I mean, holy crap, there's a lot.
Yeah, and that's the problem too. I think a lot of the people in MAGA, or even on the right that may not be MAGA anymore, they focus in on a lot of issues that, you know, really aren't helping us. And then you got crazy Nick Fuentes, who basically, I'm going to vote for a Democrat president. You know, I mean, how is that helping us, man? You know, Dude, you're going to vote for a guy that wants to put us into the green scam, wants to put us into owning nothing and loving it, wants to put us into anti-free speech. You know, what is wrong with these people? I mean, and then Alex Jones, who I actually respect and revere somewhat, he keeps bringing the guy on his show. I refuse to watch it, dude. I refuse to watch that show. I told Alex on his, I doubt he saw it, but I said anyway, dude, there's no way I'm watching that show. And Nick Fuentes brings nothing to the table. He's a shock jock, man. And I really wish you'd quit putting him on the show, giving him a platform. But it's his show. He can do whatever he wants. But, you know, the day that we look at Nick Fuentes as a leader for the right is the day the right collapses. Tell me I'm wrong.
You are not wrong, sir.
I mean, I'm sure you probably have you have more disdain for him than I do, but I'm for him having his free speech. That I'm not for taking that away from him. Unlike a lot of people on the right, I'm going to take Tucker Carlson's free speech away from him. Well, whatever. Good luck with that, man. Because the more you do that, the more that it elevates them. You know, it gives them more power. You just got to let people putter out on their own, dude. You got to let people. I don't know, man. It's crazy, dude. And I'm sure Brent's going to be talking a lot about the division because it's big time now. You know what I mean? It's going into overdrive. But remarkably, I don't know if you saw this or not, but according to Rasmussen, the only daily presidential poll out there has Trump at 46% as of yesterday. He's up 5% from last month, and the mainstream media says that, you know, ever since the Iran war started, that his poll numbers are plummeting, which is not true according to Rasmussen. He's up literally 5% from 41% a month ago to 46% as of yesterday. I didn't see what it was today, but anyway, I don't think he's tanking. I really don't. What do you think, man? You think he's?
I don't think he is. I think he's doing fine. I've seen a few polls showing that he's actually got a couple point bump from this war thing.
I've heard that too.
If it ends quickly and works out successfully for the Iranian people, then I think it'll be a huge, success. It was not more than a month ago when they were screaming no war for Venezuelan oil and all that stuff, and I mean that took all of 3 hours and it was completely over. So if we can do this in 30 days and boom, you're out, I'm all for it. If it takes 30 years, then I hate it.
And I don't understand the doom and gloomers like Owen Schroyer and all these people like him, Mike Adams, Stu Peters. They're all so against regime change. How is that bad? If the Iranian people are literally freed from a dictatorial Islamic dictator, how is that a bad thing for America, Iran, and the world? I really want to know how that's a bad thing. I don't get that. Now, if they stay in the nation like Bush did, that would be a bad thing. But they've reiterated over and over, we're not doing nation building, and we're going to be out in 4 to 6 weeks. So if that happens, And Alex Jones was on his show today saying that he believes that we're now committed to a long-term war in Iran and that boots are going to be on the ground. And I'm like, dude, why can't you just calm down for 1 minute and not be so manic about everything? That's way too early to make that judgment.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe in a couple of weeks or so, if things get crazy and out of hand, and I mean, I could see where you might say that, but it would have to get to that point before people don't have any restraint anymore. But because they're always kind of, even Alex sometimes pushes the fear, man, and it's sort of the sensationalism. Like every day is a sensational broadcast, and to a degree, that's kind of true already, but don't overplay it.
Yeah.
But we'll see, man. That's all. I'm going to hold off on giving my opinion on like where it's going until I know better. You know, I'll war game it and say this could happen, that could happen, or this could happen. But no way am I going to put my predictions out there or forecasts out there without having really been able to look at the situation fairly, honestly.
Yep. Sorry, I'm scanning through some articles here. I'm just trying to find some things here.
You know, I'm only 1 hour today, so I'm getting in whatever I can.
Yeah. Sure.
There you go. Don't mind me. You know, I don't want to get into your coverage or anything, but it's pretty exciting. I mean, here's the thing too. You know, everybody's pushing this doom and gloom, and they're ignoring all the positive things happening. Right? That's the thing that I'm talking about. Like that's a skewed perception. That's a skewed reality. That's not being fair, and it's not being balanced. That's not being nuanced. Look, Dan Crenshaw just lost, man.
Awesome.
Rhino establishment lost. I mean, that's a sign that the times are changing.
It looks like Brent's coming in. There we go.
Oh, nice. We got him early tonight.
Hey, Brent. How's it going?
Good. Hey, Mark, I forgot to send you a book. I just thought of it today. I will send it out tomorrow.
Sounds good. Did you ever get a hold of whoever needs to get those PSAs to me?
Yeah, I did talk to Felissa about it. We are going to do it. She's been buried planning she's part of this whole American 250 tour across the country. And so we just have to get around to it. And
Yeah.
smoke's clearing a little bit, so we will do that.
Sounds good. All right.
Cool.
Just if you have clips and things like that you want to send to, I'll add those into the streams. I do stream almost 7 days a week. They'll let clips and bumpers go through in the audio, and if you have video of you know, like well, you know, the logos. That's what I need. Not video of the logos, but like graphics of the logos for like just the news and whoever's you're representing at the time. I want to do everything we can to help you.
Well, I appreciate that. And you did say I know it's in an email, but it's 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yep. 30
That's pretty
seconds and with
standard.
graphics.
Yeah.
Yep. Got it.
30
I'll
seconds.
get on that.
Yeah, up to a minute. We can do up to a minute, but you know, usually 30 seconds is pretty standard.
Got it.
Brent, I don't want to interrupt, but you just mentioned that Felicia is part of that 250 America tour. Is that the one that's going around with all the original documents and stuff? Or which tour is that?
So it has, there's exhibits of the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. There will be an exhibit of, sorry, something just popped up randomly on my screen. There we go. There is something included that is called the Philadelphia Declaration that actually came out of the work of a group of think tanks that came together in Philadelphia and 2 years ago, April.
Oh, cool.
And that united around the idea of individual liberty and personal responsibility, and created a strong statement in that regard, sort of as a roadmap for the next 250 years. And that'll be part of it too. And there's live music performance. There'll be some Common Ground campus stuff included. So I'm not involved in planning it at all. I'm involved in listening to her share about the planning, but I'm not smart enough to be involved in the planning. So a man's got to know his limitations, as Clint Eastwood famously told. Right? So
yeah, I have an article up here from Just the News I was going to cover tonight. National Archives Freedom Plane begins journey across the U.S., taking founding era documents to museums. So very cool.
That's
I was going to
different.
cover that tonight.
So that is a different thing. That is something that Trump's doing with. So that's just those documents. But the other tour that's more encompassing. These are going to be like 3-day fairs almost, right? 2 to 3 day fairs in 26, at least 26 locations to start, and then others added along the way. But it's going to be more of a celebratory interactive experience event. With exhibits and things to do. I got to grab my.
I'll tell you what. When save it for now. When we go live, I'll ask you about it again. You can tell me all about it in great detail.
Well, actually, on some level, I'd rather not do that, and the reason is because I'm not an expert in it, and I don't want to say something wrong. So,
gotcha.
If that's okay.
Well, I really don't have much of anything else to talk about. There's not much going on out there. I mean, the Bears might move to Indiana. That's what I was going to lead with.
I sure hope they do. I, as a lifelong Packer fan, it would thrill me to see the Chicago Bears leave Illinois. I would just love that. It's kind of like the Grinch wanting the Who's not to sing. So I'm cheering for the Bears to move.
Yeah.
So
Brent, when are we going to invade Mexico,
like
Brent?
When are we going to invade Mexico? Yeah, that's what we should be doing. We're not doing that. I don't know. Maybe the Bears will move to Iran. There's probably some that's a possibility. My goodness. And there are a few things going on.
Oh, I thought they'd move to further north, like Canada.
They could do that, but they'd have to learn to play hockey because the Canadians certainly don't understand football. I grew up watching Canadian football. I'm not really sure what it is.
Hey, Brent, you came in a little early tonight. Pardon me. So there's a tradition we have to do here in this chat before every show, and that is approximately 3 minutes before the show, we have to leave the room and then come right back in about 2 minutes later, and that allows the timer to kick over again, just give us a fresh hour.
So I should hit the same link in a few minutes?
Exactly.
Yeah, in a few minutes we'll ask you to hang up, and then just Mark will probably call you right back.
Yeah.
And then we'll be done with it. Easy peasy.
All right. Okay, I'm elderly, but I can do
That's
this.
why we normally bring you in like just a few minutes before the show. But you're always welcome to come in. You know, we start a half hour before the show starts and just sit and hang out. You know, I'm pretty quiet typically because I'm organizing all my articles and everything.
Got it. Sounds good to me. All right, I'll leave and wait.
All right.
Oh, okay.
We'll go ahead.
Let's just do it now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just do that now. You got it, Barry?
Yeah.
All right.
Here.
I'm going to end the meeting. There we go. And I will bring us right back in so that we can start out top of the hour and get Censorship Sucks right on. Uh-oh. 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 People. John. Brent. There we go. All right.
Okay.
All right.
That's right. Getting the show going.
Who's
There we go.
BH? Who's BH?
Brent.
Oh, okay.
Brent.
I got
It's Brent.
Makes sense.
Come on now. It's Brent.
Well, I'm just used to seeing a face, man. That's all.
He's here.
It is. Yeah.
Hey, Brent, you are muted right now.
There you go.
Oh, you're still muted though.
I don't see his
Uh-oh.
face.
There you go. Right, we
How's
hear you
that?
now.
That's
We don't-
better.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
So you're in a tank top. curious to check the weather in Chicago and see what it's like up there. You wear that indoors or outdoors too?
Well, I just got done at the gym, so
Okay.
so the hoodie came off, and here it is. So
All right.
yeah,
Gotcha.
30 seconds, guys. And
I'll
You're making me think it's
titillate-
like 90 out there.
No, I'll titillate the over 90 female audience. It's my target demographic.
there you go. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side for the very first time right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, March 4th into 2026. And as it is the first Wednesday of the month, it is tradition around here to bring in our favorite guest, co-host even, heck, host by now, Brent Hamachek. Brent, what's going on? How are you doing today?
I couldn't be any better. Be really careful about promoting me to a level of incompetence. So I would leave me right at guest, because even co-host is probably above my skill set. So it's good to be here. Good to be back. Always love this every month.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. I know how you look forward to it. It's kind of like the one thing you've got going, huh?
Yep. Yeah, this is it. This is it. And I mean, and it's nice. We do an hour, and then they serve us food, and then we play bingo at the senior center. And so I like that. And so it works out well. You know, the timing is great. Bingo's at 7, and it's all good, man.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. Now, I know I often have a habit of asking you long loaded questions. So tonight I'm just going to throw it right out there and say, what's your opinion, your thoughts about what's happening with this war in the Middle East?
Well, it's a bunch of them. Let me start in an odd spot. And
Okay.
that is, so I got up at about 6:35 on Saturday morning, wandered down to make some coffee, picked up my phone, as I always do. Right away, I check, see what came in overnight. And I look at text messages first, you know, because those are, you know, generally my responses to my ads in the personal section. And I had a text from an old high school friend at 6:36. I picked up my phone at 6:38. Why am I telling you all this? I'll tell you why. And the text she had written 2 minutes earlier was, "Well, we're at war." So I immediately had a sense of what she meant. And then I flipped to my emails instead and got all my breaking news from Just the News and the New York Times overnight and read about what happened. And then something really interesting happened. And that is nothing happened. So I've got a group of high school friends, class of 1980, 13 of us. We text all day long about everything you can imagine, stuff in the news, old girlfriends, you name it, we text about it. Goes on all day long. For the entire day, the guys were texting about different things off and on. Nobody mentioned the war. I had 3 phone calls on Wednesday on what I'd call sort of business or professional things from different people, all very intelligent, all highly educated, all very informed and up to date. I deliberately didn't say anything. None of them on the phone calls mentioned the war. I had dinner guests on Saturday night. Didn't talk about it. Nobody talked about it. This pattern has continued in meetings I've had in a couple of professional organizations, some video meetings I've had, other personal encounters where nobody's talking about it. Now, I understand there's stuff on social media, but here's what's fascinating to me, and that is we are at war, and people that, by the way, when the tariff ruling came out a few weeks ago, my phone blew up. I had all kinds of people text me about the tariff ruling. Some were surprised, some weren't, want to know what I thought. Talked to some people. I talked to people on the phone, and they'd say, "So, what do you think about this tariff thing?" Right? Nobody's talking about the war. I don't know what that signifies, and it's anecdotal, but my anecdotes for other things are very different. So here's now we'll go back to the war proper. I think that this is a very uncomfortable moment for virtually everybody in America. And it's for virtually everybody for a couple of reasons. Number one, there's just a whole bunch of folks that didn't want us to do this, period. And then there's a whole bunch of folks who are big supporters of Donald Trump, who know full well he ran on a campaign of not doing things like this, and he just did. And they're not exactly sure what to say about that. And they might be able to talk to others of their own sort of association, right, about it very comfortably. This is an uncomfortable subject for people. What has just happened is that we have just spilled a glass of water all over the globe. We have no idea where it's going to run. We are getting daily reports from Washington that are contradictory about it in every way. There seems to be no clear end in mind. You know, the old great, was it Stephen Covey, start with the end in mind? Doesn't seem to be an end in mind. If there is, by the way, it's not been articulated to us. To the extent it's been articulated different ways. Why we got into it in the first place has been defined, redefined, definition thrown out, redefined again. For example, Marco Rubio comes to the podium a couple days ago and says, we did this because Israel was about to do it, and if they did it, it would put us at risk, so we did it first to prevent that from happening. Okay, let's pretend for a minute he was telling the truth. Always fun with a politician, right? It's a hypothetical. Let's pretend he was telling the truth. Trump comes out the next day and says that's not true. Well, okay. Well, then let's pretend he's telling the truth. Somebody somewhere is telling the truth, or nobody is. But the truth of the matter is that this is extraordinarily serious stuff. And we are not going, first of all, our history in Iran intervening ain't great, right? So, and our history of intervening in the Middle East ain't great. And these are, this is a people and a culture that is completely and totally different from ours in every way. They are not going to adopt our systems and method and means of life. That isn't going to happen. And more to the point, here's to me, the biggest thing in the whole thing is a really simple statement Trump made a couple of days ago when he was asked about ground troops. And he said, not ruling it out. Excuse me, what? We're thinking of sending troops into Iran? By the way, the entire
50,000. I saw a number of 50,000 the other day, today, and I can't remember where I saw it. I think it was in Zero Hedge. They had a list of a bunch of different things that were going on, and yeah, one of them mentioned that we're moving like actively 50,000, troops over to that region. So if they're not going to be on the ground, then where are they going to be?
Right. If we're about to invade Iran, we are about to enter what has become known in the common vernacular as another endless foreign war. And last time I checked, that was something that the Make America Great Again movement was all about ending. I mean, look, I wrote for Charlie Kirk for over 10 years. I can tell you, I wrote all kinds of columns for Charlie Kirk about ending endless foreign wars. You can't get a bigger MAGA guy than Charlie Kirk was, right? He was pretty big. Had played a role in half the cabinet members that were named. And so what we've done here feels, to me, extraordinarily reckless. I mean, extraordinarily reckless. Very, very dangerous. And in terms of why we did it, I would suggest that this should be called, the real name for this operation ought to be called Operation Save the Midterms. I don't think that'll work, by the way, but I really can't think of another obvious reason for doing this, because now we officially have a wartime president. And historically, in bigger real wars, Americans tend to rally around, but every moment is different. And I don't think this moment in time, that's what's going to happen. But we're early days. We'll see what happens. You know, the Senate just rejected invoking the War Powers Act today before we sat down. That's not a surprise that a Republican Senate did that. So it means, at least for now, the Middle East and Iran in particular are romper room for the administration to do whatever they want. And I take this very seriously. And it scares the hell out of me in terms of the implications for it long term.
Well, Sunday night, my other co-host, Doc, was, you know, we had a good conversation about this because he's adamantly against any interference that we do in almost any country anywhere, you know. And as we kind of debated and tossed the ball back and forth, I was kind of saying, hey, if this ends quickly, if it doesn't last more than the 30 days that Trump mentioned, and at the end of that period, you know, Iran comes out of this with a democratic republic and the women can go to school again and, you know, dance in the streets and show their hair, and they're happy and you see them elated all over social media, I would think that that would be good. But if it lasts any longer than that, then it's just like every other war we've ever gotten into. It's a forever war that will cost us trillions of dollars and would be an absolute disaster. It would put Trump in the history books, you know, right up there with George Bush. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and there's zero chance of your scheme of what, you know, if within 30 days we have that, there is zero chance of that happening. And you are not going to take this rather orthodox, if you will, Islamic culture and somehow or other, because of United States missiles, transform it into what? The Europe of the Enlightenment? Stop it. I mean, it's just not going to happen. And there's, you know, these answers about, excuse me, well, what about the next regime and all these things? And Trump's response yesterday, well, most of the leaders that we had picked out are already dead. We killed them. And so, you know, we don't know who it's going to be. Oh, my goodness. I don't know how anybody can listen to that answer and not literally be mortified at what we're doing. I mean, we're used to these flippant answers on other domestic things. We get it, right? This is a really big deal. And for an answer, what about the next regime? What about, well, most of the people that we had lined up, we killed already, so we're not really sure. Oh my goodness. At some point in time, people have to take a look at this and say, what is going on here? My concerns about this administration in every way are serious. You know, lost in the flood of the Iran war is the fact that, you know, a handful of days before that, this announcement came out about an executive order that's going to come out relating to the midterm elections and mail-in ballots, the whole bit, right? And how Trump's going to sign this order. It's going to be airtight, and he's found a way, and he's going to do it. So we got busy with the war, so that hasn't happened yet. And look, I understand all about the 2020 election. I read the paper, okay, I get it. But there is no executive order he can sign in this regard that, well, I set the over-under at 10 business days before a court stays it, because it's unconstitutional. He can't do it. He's going to do it. and people cheer for it, right? They're like, yeah, yes, right. We need this election thing. Good. We're going to finally do something. No, we're not. It's theater, and it's clearly not constitutional, and it won't stand. It will get tossed, and and we look at this behavior, and we're just sort of saying, well, it's just that's just the way it is, you know. I repeat, I am extraordinarily concerned about all of it, and it just got a whole lot more serious last Saturday morning.
Yeah, it's up there. I guess you could say things are escalating.
Right.
But, we get you on once a month, and so much happens over the course of the last month. So I thought I'd bring up something that may or may not be related as well. The whole Maduro situation with our, invasion of Venezuela and the capturing of their president to bring him back here to face trial. Seems like it was kind of a roaring success. And, some of the same things were said about that. It could be a forever war and all that. And yet the way it was done, at least thus far, it seemed to have been about, 4 or 5 hours, pretty in and out. Let's get it done. Let's move on to the next thing. But it also, I'm hearing talk that it has to do with Iran because it was sort of a necessary step to take before you invade Iran to go secure, or at least for the oil markets to perceive that you've secured the Venezuelan oil before you go and disrupt all the Iranian oil. So I don't know if you see those connected together or what thoughts you might have on that.
Right. Well, we're right back to that whole 5D chess thing. Right. So yes, it's all beyond me to understand. Look, that actually isn't some big conspiracy theory per se. It actually makes some sense if you've got it drawn up on your chalkboard that we're going to invade Iran, so let's do something to stabilize Venezuela first, right? That's really what you're saying, right? That's the calculus.
Yeah,
that's what it
sort of,
been.
yeah.
Right.
That it was let's do A before we can do B.
Right. So that sounds, if you say it that way, that sounds pretty brilliant. Except the first part was, so we're going to invade Iran, so we need to do Venezuela. What about the whole we're going to invade Iran part? So if that is in fact the calculation they used, I get it. In fact, it would actually make some good sense. Even a simple person like me could understand it. But I would have to, if I were in the room, my thought would be, wait, hold on, just a second. Can we go back to the invading Iran part? I get what we're doing with Venezuela and why, but can we just talk about the Iran part first? Look, again, to me, I said it at the outset. To me, we just spilled a glass of water all over the globe. And, what happens from here, nobody knows, obviously, right? Lots of people have opinions. I actually don't have one. I have no idea what's going to happen next because it's a water spill. And I don't know where it's going to run. But I just know that this is an extraordinarily aggressive and bold move by an administration that, as near as I can remember, ran on a platform of that they wouldn't do this. And I do suspect that this has something to do with frustration out of the White House of not being able to do all the things domestically they'd like to do. I mean, they can't pass any laws. We talked about that before the election on your show. One of the things we talked about is what happens, if Trump wins. And we said it. We go back and look at the old tapes. It was easy. It's like, well, he's not going to get 60 votes in the Senate, so he's not going to be able to pass any laws. And he's going to sign a bunch of executive orders, and they're all going to get challenged the very next day. And some of them will stick, and some of them won't. And that'll be the way. All of this, none of this is like any sort of surprise. It was obvious that this would happen. So if you're having that, and then the big thing domestically during the campaign that was the big promise was the whole Doge thing, really reforming and reshaping and taking on the size of government.
And that turned into an absolute clown show that vaporized in 90 days. Just vaporized.
Yeah.
It's gone. And it was a clown show. The chainsaw and the whole bit, reporting bad data, all the outrageous statements. You know when we should have been hearing from the Doge Commission? We should have been hearing from it right about now. After a year's worth of really thorough, detailed work, presenting in a really clear, fully informed, researched, vetted, and clear way to the American people, excuse my language, look at all the shit we found. And now, American people, now Congress, let's do something about this. Instead, it vaporized in 3 months. It was over and done with. So domestically, a massive failure, except for one thing, the border. Done a great job on the border. No question about it. Absolutely a great job. And so hats off for that, right? The inflow of illegals has stopped. And I think every American should be grateful for that. The president gets full credit for that, full credit. That's him. He did that. Well done.
Yeah.
The rest of it, guys, oh my goodness.
Yeah, under your plan, though, we wouldn't have had been introduced to big balls. So, if anything, we got that out of the whole S show that Doge was.
Right. Well, there is that. So little blessings, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Little blessings along the way.
Small wins and we can get them.
Yeah. Look, I don't know what's going to happen between now and November. But when we get to November, and if in fact those midterm elections throw the House back to the Democrats,
impeachment,
all of this just comes to a screeching halt. And then what you're going to see are even more executive orders and even more aggressive behavior over the next 2-year period, all but assuring the fact that there will not be a Republican president elected in 2028. That's the path I think we're heading on. This is not some great renaissance for conservatism and American ideas and all these other things. This actually could be just the opposite. This could lead to a massive rejection. This is living in the state I live in Illinois. We had a governor here who called himself a Republican a number of years ago, Bruce Rauner, who actually governed like a Democrat and destroyed the Republican Party in the state for what will be likely a lifetime. Okay. He got all kinds of independents to vote for him and all kinds of crossover Democrats to vote for him because the state was a mess. He was arguably one of the worst governors we've ever had. It's bring back Blagojevich after Rauner. And today the state's firmly in the hands of J.B. Pritzker. It has slid further into the abyss of collectivism and governed by the public unions, massive deficit, all of it, right? It has slid further and faster than it ever had. This could be the same thing, not done the same way. Trump's not governing like some liberal Democrat like Rauner did. But the way he is governing could create a backlash amongst the independent voters and even the crossover Democrats, the union types, many of whom switched and voted for him. It could create a backlash that could cause them to go in the other direction and actually go back to the course we were on in a much faster, more accelerated way. Much like something where I am a subject matter expert, much like what happens when a drunk relapses. They go faster down that hole when they relapse than they ever did before they first got sober. I hope that's not the case, but I do think that's what people have to be aware of.
We only have about 20 seconds before we got to go to break, but I noticed the other day Bill Clinton mentioned your honorable governor in his testimony on Epstein, which was I found kind of interesting. So I don't know if you caught wind of that.
I actually didn't. All I know is if J.B. Pritzker was with any underage girls, there would have needed to be at least 7 of them, just because of the sheer size problem. But in any case, Pritzker might run for president. He's not electable. He would be a non-issue. He wouldn't get out of the primaries.
Yeah. Anyway, folks, we've got to go to break. This is Brent Hamachek from humanevents.com. Human Events, go check it out. Brent, we'll have you back right after the break. Folks, stay tuned. We'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break. You guys are doing a great job tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully I hope I'm not too mild.
Mild? Oh, come on, Brett.
I mean, I'm trying to just sit on the fence a little bit, but
Yeah. No, that's my job, is to try to get you to pick a side.
yeah. Well, the side I'm always on is the side of just rational thought. I don't have a partisan bone in my body, so I don't cheer for Reds or Blues, right? And unfortunately, I mean, we live in a country that does, even if they don't cheer for Reds or Blues, they have to choose a red or a blue, and there are some differences. And if you like at all any sort of a notion of a traditional America, the only place to even find vestiges of it is in the Reds. So if you do things to chase people from the Reds and chase them to the Blues, well, then you're going to get more of that collectivist mentality. And that's my fear, that what's happening here, and people who might be loving every minute of it in the moment need to think about the fact, I just checked my Google Calendar. You know that it actually goes out beyond 2028? I didn't realize this. So it's like, whoa, wait, I thought everything ended in 2028. That was it, No, it turns out that at least the folks at Google are planning for this whole human experience to go on longer than that. So
yeah, wait till their AI agent gets wind of that.
Yeah, they'll do something with it. But so
remember that year 2000 thing. We'll play that card again.
Remember it.
Yeah, they'll play that card again.
I remember sitting
I made a bunch of money off that.
I was in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, in my parents' home, watching the clock turn to 12 o'clock. I still worked in the banking industry then. I was just getting ready to leave it. Banks had been worried for 2 years. All their systems were going to crash, and nothing happened. It was supposed to be the end of the world, and then the world was still here. So
I advise all my clients and myself to buy gold calls going into that, and we get out like a bandit. And I told everyone nothing's going to happen. We're just going to buy gold going into this. Everyone's going to freak out by the time New Year's Eve gets here. It's going to be at 4,000 or whatever. And yeah, that was fun. That was one of my better calls in the markets.
Yeah, well done.
I was actually stationed at Anderson Air Force Base, Guam at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good old
Still
days.
married to my first wife. How about that, Brent?
It's well, at least something blew up. It sounds like.
Yeah, that I was good for another year. That put me at 13 years. I guess 13's an unlucky number for some like me,
Right, or lucky, because if it was the last one and you got out.
Oh
then
boy, it wasn't the last one. I had 2 more after that.
Wait, 2 more years or 2 more wives?
2 more wives.
And
And 5 more kids.
Wow. Nickname you Henry VIII.
Well, I didn't find what was her name? The one that got beheaded.
Anne Boleyn.
Anne Boleyn. Yeah, I didn't have an Anne Boleyn.
Yeah. Yeah. Killing them stopped the answer.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. There's other. I'll leave it.
No, they're the ones that kill you slowly. Anyways, here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition for March 4th, 2026. And with us tonight, of course, back for the second half of the first hour, Brent Hamachek. What's going on over there, Brent? Hope everything's going phenomenal in your life.
Well, I'm back here, so that's good, which means I lived another month, and we don't take that for granted at my age, right? So
Yeah.
That part's good, and all things are good. It's we just had a pretty good conversation in the last half hour. There's a few things going on, and in the world and in the country, a lot of those things to me, looking at it, they're unsettling. And can even be a little bit frightening, but it is so extraordinarily important to realize that each and every day for all of us, unless you're in a position of some sort of decision making in government, which probably virtually nobody in the audience is, I'm not, we have a service and a duty to ourselves and others to live each day just the best we can and to have some fun. The world had problems before we landed on it. It'll have problems after we leave it. And so the fact that it has problems now makes it Wednesday. So enjoy Wednesday and just have some fun. I have fun every day. It doesn't mean I don't take things seriously. It doesn't mean I don't care. It just means that I have the perspective. It's the old serenity prayer, the wisdom, the courage to change the things I can. The wisdom to know the difference between the things accept the things I can change, have the courage to change the things I can, and then the wisdom to know the difference. And I know I can't change much of anything. So I've got that wisdom. So I'm good. Thanks for asking.
Excellent. Now, you are, of course, part of the Human Events team. Also, you were recently sort of purchased by Just the News, or absorbed by Just the News.
That's right. Right.
And prior to that, Human Events purchased Post Millennial. Okay, so we've got this amazing universe of some of the most intelligent minds in the conservative world, or libertarian, or whatever perspective each are coming from. And it's pretty impressive to see. And honestly, it's just to even be tangibly sort of associated with some of these people through you. Vicariously through you, I should say, is quite an honor. So always good to have you. Now, I've got an article here from Post Millennial that also taps into one of your other driving forces in life, which is Common Core Campus. Okay, so Post Millennial, with Common Core, you're trying to bring college students together.
Common ground, by the way. Common mistake. Common Core. That was the old curriculum.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, right. We don't want to do that. So Common Ground Campus, but keep going.
My bad. Yeah, it's a Common Ground Campus. My Lord, I should know better than to do that. That's like
it's perfectly
we've only talked about it 1,000 times. They put out an article about a new study that interviewed 1,400 students at University of Michigan and Northwestern, and asked them if, quote, have you ever pretended to hold more progressive views than you believe to be accepted socially or academically? And 88% of the students said yes, right? The majority of them found, in the 80% plus, found that if they put their honest views into some papers for certain teachers, they would get graded down for it. Some people said, hey, gender identity should override biological sex in athletes, but 91% of them said they would not say so in public. It's really interesting because I see how this juts up against your common ground efforts,
Right.
and really puts you in a hard box to crack when 91% of the people out there can't feel to speak honestly about their true beliefs. So how do you guys get around that? What's the answer to get people to just start, being more honest about their true beliefs?
Well, so that a great question. And so there's a couple of different components to this. Well, there's several, but so one is the very real fear about academic reprisal for views that are sort of, I don't know, in the time uncomfortable. This isn't new, by the way. So my oldest daughter was in college, 17 years ago. And I remember, I'm reasonably intelligent, academic, and able to write myself. And so she had turned in a paper, and I think the topic was related to abortion. And in her particular view, she was, had some feelings against it, and she wrote the paper that way. And she was given a D on the paper. And so she gave me the paper to read. And very honestly, I know she's my kid. It was not a bad paper. It wasn't. It was well written. She articulated the position she had to. She had research and other things. It wasn't an A paper. It was a B paper. It was a B. And if you wanted to be ruthless, you could make it a B minus. But it was graded as a D. And she went through the academic appeals process with regard to that paper. She made a stand, and that grade was ultimately revised. And so this is, 17 years ago or so that this happened. So students being aware of that sort of reprisal, that's a justifiable, real fear. And so then you say, well, you need to stand up for yourself and write the paper anyway, or speak up in class and do all that. It's easy for us to say that to them because it's not our future that's about to be impacted by the D on the paper. So that is a systemic problem. I think it's slowly being addressed and dismantled. Look, Trump's victory has a lot to do with that. It did give people, it gave people at least a message in academia and in corporate boardrooms and HR departments and elsewhere that this sort of intolerant behavior, we can't change the attitudes, we can't change your opinion, but there at least are people now paying attention to the behavior. That's a good start, but it ain't over, right? Now, with regard to the peer pressure part of it, so let's get out of the classroom and student to teacher, and let's talk about student to student.
Yeah.
In that sense, well, and what we do specifically with the Common Ground Campus program is we sit down with students and we help teach them how to talk to each other in a way that is not demeaning. It is not saying how, one of the phrases we don't want them to use is, how can you say that? Don't say that to somebody, ever. Don't say, how can you say that? Instead, if they say something, you say, that's interesting. That's not something that I would think of. I want you to tell me more about it. I want to understand why you said what you just said. Because to me personally, that doesn't make a lot of sense, and I want it to, right? This is how you can engage somebody and start to strip away some of these pretenses that we construct. And peer pressure is an incredible thing. And here's what I would say to members of your audience. This is all about fear. And there's only three kinds of fear. Every sort of fear falls into one of three buckets. There is no exception to this. You are either afraid of losing something that you have, not getting something you want, or not being liked.
That's it. Think of anything in the world you're afraid of, you will find it falls in one of these three categories. And we have got to get young people to be less afraid. And in order to do that, we have to get young people not to cause other young people to be fearful. Right? Because you think about that setup, you think about what the student's afraid of in the classroom, not getting something they want, a good grade, losing something they think they have, a potential scholarship. With their peers, it's mostly about not being liked. And so the Common Ground Campus program, at its core, is trying to teach young people that just because I don't agree with you, don't worry. It doesn't mean I won't like you. And that's the key, and that's a long game. This is a great question. I hope the answer made sense.
Yeah, it did. It's just interesting because when I read that, I was thinking of you and just how this relates directly with your Common Ground initiative and the fact that people are lying to their friends about deep-seated beliefs. They're good friends, they're roommates and stuff. They can't, in the comfort of their dorms, they can't speak honestly to their friends, around a six-pack or whatever on a Friday night. Seems like a real problem.
Right. Well, understand the importance of what I just said. I'm going to go back to it for a minute. So it is about that fear of not being liked. And there's two ways to combat that. One is to empower young people to conquer the fear they have and perhaps be willing to be unliked, but not lose their own voice. The other way, the bigger way, the way that solves the problem is to teach people not to dislike someone because they have a different opinion. That's the key, right? So we're working on, we're trying to get young people in part of our program. We're trying to help them find their voice, express it in a positive way, whatever it is. So we're trying to get them to be positive in the expression, not negative. But we're really trying to treat the problem, because the problem is somebody that doesn't like you because of something you say. So, we're working right now on a short booklet that we're going to use to supplement the program that pulls out a lot of these lessons. And here's something that's going to be in that book, and it's going to be in italics and bold print. And I want everybody who's listening to your show to think about this. If you decide, you can pick any topic. Let's say you want to argue about the Iran war, and you're with somebody, and they think that not only was it good to blow up Iran, but we should blow up every country in the Middle East. And you think we should disarm and get rid of all our missiles and never even have a military. All right, let's say that we've got those 2 points of view, and you want to have a conversation about that. And let's say you decide, and by the way, you're doing it with somebody who's been a good friend to you for 30 years. And you get into the conversation and you go back and forth and you're saying, we shouldn't even have a military. And the other guy's saying, we should blow up the entire world. And let's say that it gets to the point where one of you finally says, you know what, whatever, you're right. You win. I give up. We shouldn't have a military. Okay, whatever. The minute the conversation's over, we will still have a military. Nothing in the world is going to change except your friendship. And that will change forever. So before you start to get into these conversations with people where because they disagree with you on some important issue that your agreement or disagreement doesn't do anything to change anything in the world, before you do that, stop and think. The only thing I'm about to change in the whole world right now is my relationship with this person. Is it worth it? I would suggest to you almost always the answer to that question is no. The problem is nobody asks it. They just get into the argument. How many families? I guarantee you know people. I know people who have had their personal relationships destroyed from the beginning of the Obama presidency right through yesterday. Over what? Arguing about stuff that has nothing to do with them. look, if you want to divorce your wife over the sofa because you think it's really too hard and she thinks it's really soft and you guys can't, and then you decide to get divorced over the sofa, you know what? At least that actually had something to do with the two of you. You could have done something about the sofa, right? But if you're going to wind up getting divorced because she likes Harris and you like Trump, really? Seriously? Does that have anything to do with how you treat each other in a time of need, being there, all of the stuff that matters in life? This is ridiculous what we're doing to relationships in this society. Look, if you think it's really great to go bomb something, join the army. And if you think the United States ought to disarm, then join an activist group that's trying to pass legislation to disband the military. If you want to get involved, if you want to change something, get involved with a group and try to make a change. But if all you're doing is arguing with somebody close to you, stop it. Do better.
Excellent. That's really good advice. I've never looked at it from that perspective, and it makes so much sense. I mean, pro-abortion, pro-life. Okay, so the family breaks up and, they don't talk to each other anymore. What has that actually accomplished? Nothing.
Right. Zero.
What does it change? Nothing. It's just you guys getting pissed at each other over something that nobody has any control over anyway. And I mean, hey, in your own life, if you don't want to have an abortion, don't have one. If you want to have one, go have 3.
Right. I mean, this is at the heart of all the problems that we have in this country, is that we want to take a disagreement with someone and use it as a way to eventually just disown them. We're swiping left on relationships over differences in opinion instead of holding on to them because of the content of what the people actually do for one another. And that's a tragedy. When it happens on a personal level to you, it is a personal tragedy. When it's happening all over the country, it becomes a national tragedy. And that's exactly what it's become. And, I know that I not only have lost friends over time, over my my opinion on something. I can tell you about relationships I've lost where people have walked away from me. I can even do better than that. And this happens way too often. There are people who haven't wanted to talk to me, say, over the last decade, not because of my opinion on something, but because of what they perceived my opinion would be. We didn't even get to the point of having the argument, right? They just figured out what I thought and decided. I've got one person in particular in mind, a member of the law firm I used to work closely with, who during the pandemic, then decided everything there was to decide about what I was thinking, and he just basically stopped talking to me. A friend that I would go to dinner with, who came to a Broadway show with my family, we got along great, and then he decided, without ever asking me a single question, he decided what I must have been, and he just stopped associating with me. This is insane. This sort of behavior.
Yeah, and yet it's very common out there. I can't even think of the number of families out there that have broken up to one degree or another over petty politics that it accomplishes nothing. And
look, I'll give you a very we talked about the common ground thing, and we got into this. This is a fun topic, and I joke about this and I exaggerate a little bit. But my partner in Common Ground, really the gal that figured it all out and is the brains of it, Phyllis and I talk every day. We are as good of friends as you can possibly imagine for two folks to be. And when it comes right down to it, on all sorts of different matters of policy, there's a lot of stuff we do agree on. There's a lot of stuff we don't agree on politically. And excuse me, we have very different takes, very different positions. And when we talk about those things, so she'll articulate a view on something, and and I'll listen and I'll say, well, that's interesting. I see it differently, and I'll share how I see it, and we'll kick that around, and we're good. But if there was ever a time where either one of us, in other words, we practice what we preach. If there was ever a time where one of us said, "Oh, you're just wrong about that," and then we started to make that counter argument, that aggressive argument, it would escalate, and we would get to a point where one of us would say to the other, "Okay, I give up. Whatever. Let's just drop it." By the way, the worst relationship words you can ever hear in a relationship are "let's just drop it." You can't hear anything worse than that. That's like in the South, if they say "bless your heart," right? If somebody says "let's just drop it," that's really bad.
They mean you.
Right. And if we did that, if we got to that point, the only thing in the world that would change again would be our relationship, and it would be damaged forever. But here's what I know after 6 years of us working together, friendship, having been through a lot of different things, that if either one of us was ever in a position where they needed help, support, 2:00 in the morning, I'm in trouble across the country, okay, I'll get on the first flight, I'll be there, I'll help you. That's what matters in life. And why on earth would anybody want to destroy those kinds of relationships, those sorts of meaningful friendships? Because, I don't know, what? We didn't agree on tariffs or something? That's insane. So she and I practice what we preach on a daily basis. In every conversation we have, there is no topic we're unable to talk about. We don't talk about all of them, by the way. Sometimes we know that we just instinctively know that we're likely so far apart on something, we just leave it. We don't leave it because we're afraid to talk about it. We don't leave it because we might destroy our friendship. No, we just leave it because there's no reason to go there, right? And so we leave it alone. And oh, by the way, a wonderful friendship continues.
Yeah. I had an ex-girlfriend like that where we started dating, and I mean, first day, I'm like, hey, I'm pretty conservative. You don't seem very conservative. She's like, yeah, no, I'm very, Democrat all the way. We knew, we got along great for many years, just not talking about a lot of things. Hey, what's the point, right? We're just going to go back and forth and not agree, and so move on. But anyway, in the couple minutes we have left, about 2 minutes left in the show, Brent, we got to talk about the Chicago Bears, right?
Right.
Your hometown, Chicago. We got the Bears getting ready to move to Hammond, Indiana. Is it Hammond?
It's a good question of where they're settling. I'm embarrassed that off the top of my head, I'm drawing a blank. If it's Gary or Hammond, I think it is Hammond. Certainly, I hope they move. I'm a lifelong Green Bay Packer fan, and there would be nothing that could possibly make me happy. Well, there is one thing that would make me happier. Here's the only thing in the world that could make me happier is if the Chicago Cubs moved to Kenosha, Wisconsin, and they tore down Wrigley Field and turned it into a dog park. That I would have tears streaming down my face, the joy that I would feel. But yeah, look.
Wow.
The location.
You just pissed off a lot of people out there, my
friend. Probably did. I'm used to that. Look, I hope the Bears move. Their location in the city of Chicago is a disaster. If anybody's ever been to Soldier Field, I'm sorry. If you haven't been, good. It's a disastrous location to get to. The stadium itself is a dump. The architecture of it looks like a spaceship crashed into the Parthenon. Please move to Indiana. Go away, and and I'll be the Grinch up on the mountain listening to see if the Who's still sing.
Yeah, you get invited to a lot of parties in Chicago, don't you?
Nope, not a one.
You're a hoot at a dinner party, I imagine.
Right.
Turning Wrigley Field, the sacred Wrigley Field, into a dog park. Oh my Lord.
Right. Right. It's just, yeah, it's an awful place, and the food's terrible. Oh, it's got great tradition. Go play in the Coliseum then. You know.
All right. On that note, you're so sacrilege that I'm just going to end this show right here. Our interview is over, Brent. Not that we're out of time, but thanks so much for coming out.
Right.
We'll talk to you next month. Have a great day.
Thanks. I just did. Take care.
Awesome. Folks, we'll be right back after these messages.
We're on radio break.
Okay.
I caught that part off when like, because like, yeah, we're getting ready to go to break. It was like, and then Brent comes in like, okay, we're going to radio break now. That was great, Brent. I love it. Soldier Stadium looks like our spaceship crashed into it, into the Coliseum. Come on now.
Yeah, it's just, it's an architectural nightmare. I mean,
Yeah.
whoever designed the new Soldier Field renovation they did years ago, they were like really pissed off and they were really drunk. And
They were drunk.
I got an idea. Here's what I'm going to do to this stadium. I'm going to do this. And they did it. And they're laughing. They're like, oh, wait till these guys see this in the morning. They're going to be so pissed off. And then they said, oh, this looks great. Yeah, let's do that. The guy who designed it was probably saying, wait, what? No, I was drunk. I was mad. Oh, no, we love this. This is brilliant.
We're keeping it.
Nobody's ever done this before. You know what? Sometimes there's a reason nobody's ever done something before. It's because you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And that's the Wrigley Field story. The Soldier Field story.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
and Wrigley Field is such a disaster. I mean, guys,
What
they ought to do, like for the men's room, is just take the walls down and just make the whole stadium like an open urinal. Because it's
Okay, yeah, folks, if you're out there, make sure you're clipping this. This is good stuff. All right,
I can
clip this up, folks.
feel the history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, God.
Brent, and once they do tear that down, I'm sure you're going to get one of those urinal divider walls to put in your garage or something, so that you can say, "See, I got it."
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
on a more serious note, Brent, we're going to lose this room like
Yeah,
any
we are.
second. So I definitely want
right.
to once again thank you for coming out. But yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
if
much,
the room
Brent.
just dies on us, I don't want you to wonder like we hung up on you or something.
Yeah.
You got it. No problem. Fun stuff, guys. I'll see you next time. And Mark, I'll send you a book.
All right, appreciate it. I'll be looking
Thanks,
for it.
guys.
All right, I'm gonna clear this room out, and we're gonna start it
In a
again.
rare mood, buddy.
All right. Barry, clear out. There we go. All right, that was the first hour of Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show with Brent Hamachek in with us tonight. I'm going to bring us back in on the second hour, and for the second hour and final hour of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. It's been great. It's a great night. Barry has to hang up to join. I guess he stepped away. You there?
Yeah.
Well, he'll be popping in anytime. So,
Man. Brent was in rare form tonight. I gotta
yeah,
say.
yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. Yeah. It's not often we get a jovial Brent
Yeah.
Hanachek, you know.
Yeah, he's normally very. She's not that funny very often. I mean, he's just by nature. We talk about serious stuff, you know.
Yeah, you know, even when he says, "Oh yeah," talks about his age, I'm like, "Come on." It's like,
Yeah. Come on, you're my age, buddy. You're making me feel old. I don't talk like that. Oh. Just keep an eye out for Barry
yeah, we
here.
got Great Conspiracy in there tonight.
How you doing, Great
Roger,
Conspiracy? It's good to see you out there.
Roger's in with us too.
Roger.
Yeah, they're restreaming.
Madman.
Yeah.
Why did you tell me?
You're friggin' madman. You're a friggin' madman.
Why'd you tell me I had to hang up? I'd already hung up.
It kept showing you as still being connected
No.
on my end.
No.
Well, your end is wrong.
It can be at times.
Mark doesn't know how to read it.
Right. Reading a room, right? Oh,
What's up, Barry?
Great Conspiracy
How'd you like
did
that,
try
man?
to clip that out, by the way.
That's
So
pretty good, man. I enjoyed it as always. It's always good to be on the other side listening. Right.
It's funny. He's talking about things like you don't talk to people because you know it'll just piss them off, and then he goes into the whole let's turn Wrigley Field into a dog park.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was
Like,
awesome.
That's the definition of something you say to the wrong person in Chicago, and they're just they hate you for life.
Yeah, they just hate you for life.
They
Well,
accomplish nothing.
he's controversial. He's got to play. He knows how to play his cards, stir things up. You know. I missed the first 10 minutes though. I was wondering what was he saying about? I came in on the executive order stuff. Like, what was he saying about it's unconstitutional? Something about 20.
Well, my first question to him was about the war in the Middle East and what's happening in Iran.
Right.
So,
mean,
he's
He's saying that was unconstitutional, and that if Trump does it, it's going to be disastrous. I didn't catch it because I just came in late on it.
I don't know. He said a lot of things like that.
Did it have any?
But about 10 minutes in, we were still, I think, on the war at that point, and I might have moved on to talking about the Venezuelan ties into it, and how that was sort of like a prerequisite to going to Iran.
I kind of came in on the tail end of that, but it sounded like he was talking about if Trump runs for a third time and he's going to do it. Did he say that?
No, he wasn't
No,
talking
he didn't
about
talk
that
about
at
that.
all.
Okay. I was like, it sounded like he'd got some inside tip like Trump was going to do that for certain. And I was like, that sparked my interest. That's what I thought he was talking about. I was like, oh, okay. Because I know Steve Bannon said it like 1,000 times, but I haven't heard anything from Steve Bannon ever since the Epstein drops. Have you noticed that? I heard nothing about it from anybody. He's like disappeared or something. I guess I need to.
Is he doing a show still? I mean, he does that every day, doesn't he?
But usually somebody that I know or listens to is on his show or he's on their show, and I haven't seen anything since then. It's almost like he's a plague. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't see him associating with Trump at all. He seems to still be on the same team, but Trump has got him nowhere near any power at all.
Yeah.
Roger Stone tweeted out today that he took a bunch of what do you call it? Chinese money, basically $46,000, and but then he spent it on Real American News, which is a conservative news agency, alternative. And so I was like, I messaged him. I said, man, you need to give a little more information because this doesn't make any sense. Like, he's taking Chinese money, but then the Chinese are giving him money to promote a conservative alternative media agency. That doesn't make any sense.
Unless it's counterintel, prop kind of stuff.
Yep.
How
do you have any specific articles you want to talk about that might not be in my lineup?
Uh-oh. We lose you?
No, not that I can think of. I mean, let me glance at my page and see if there's anything that I covered that maybe
Okay.
you didn't, but I can't think off the top of my head. You know, I have not posted a lot of news, to be honest with you. I've been posting other kind of content, like my opinion or my analysis or
30
And
seconds.
your opinion analysis is, fair game as well. I mean, if you got an opinion or an analysis you want to bring up, by all means, that's what we do here.
there you go.
You know, I only bring up the news because it brings up our opinion and analysis. It's sort of a segue to
Oh, the only
share our
thing
thoughts. You know.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday, March 4th edition, 2026. And boy, we keep saying it, there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. With me tonight, I've got my co-host on the line, Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
Hey, great to be here, John, and enjoyed listening to the first hour, man. It's good to be kind of a backseat driver every now and then.
Yeah. Brent's a crazy guy. He's a lot of fun and really has some great insights into the world. I don't always agree with everything he says, but it's hard to argue against it and push back on it sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm a little bit more optimistic about this whole thing in Iran than he is. I'm just seeing so many people on different social media platforms really seeming to celebrate it and welcoming it in Iran itself, especially, the people there. The question, I guess, boils down to, are they a majority of the people in Iran, or is the majority there the hardliners that have been running the place for so long,
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think any kind of, conclusion is up for grabs at this point. It's awful early to be drawing some serious conclusions, which a lot of people are, I mean, and for the doom and gloomers, it's, World War III, Civil War. I'm abandoning Trump. I'm abandoning MAGA. He's a liar, blah, 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 way prematurely, at least give Trump the benefit of the doubt when he says, 4 to 6 weeks or whatever. Of course, he did say we're committed to however long it takes, which kind of leaves it open-ended. But after 4 to 6 weeks, if it looks like it's going to go on for months on end, I get it. But when you start prematurely jumping the gun, kind of like Alex Jones did, he jumped the gun and he said, it's going to be boots on the ground and a long-term war already. He's already saying that. And look, I have a lot of respect for Alex Jones and his analysis. He's been right about a lot of things, but he's prematurely jumping the gun. And just people hold off, show a little restraint, be fair with your analysis, let things kind of play out a little bit so that you can give a really good analysis.
Yeah. And even Brent mentioned, hey, this makes Trump a war president, and that'll help him in the midterm. So he was sort of staging it as if it were, something to help benefit the elections, which is, if we're anywhere near this war by election time, then it's failed and it's a no for me. You know what I mean? I'm pissed at that point. It's like Venezuela, man. If we were still screwing around over there, doing stuff, that's how you get into a forever war. But we went in there, we left in 4 hours, and we never looked back. We didn't go back, and you hear nothing about it now. A month later, it's like it never happened. That's the way I want this to be. Remember back in June of last year when we did the 12-day war against Iran? It was in and out. We were done and we moved on. That's what this has to be. And if it's not that, then he's going to have problems that's really going to hurt him in the midterms.
Absolutely. And if we get to that point, you should be griping about it. And you can war game this and you can say, if this happens, this is bad. But to go ahead and just declare it definitively that it's going to happen, it's inevitable, is nothing more than doom and gloom nonsense. You don't know that any more than I do. And Brent was saying, I have no idea what's going to happen. And I've said that in many posts. I'm giving my analysis on my social media, what I think about this Iran thing. And I'm telling people, man, if you think I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen prematurely when there's no possible way I could do that without letting it play out a little bit, like it's kind of a waiting game to see where it's really going to go. It could go really bad. It could go really good. But what I don't like is these black-pilled truthers on the right saying, new guy's no different than the old guy. It's the same old, same old. But Trump doesn't have that track record of that, not from 2016 to 2020, and not so far from, 2025 to now. So, look, if he changes pace, he changes direction, then I'm going to have a big problem with it. But I want to see how this plays out. I'm not going to jump the gun and start attacking him. And I'm certainly not going to do what Nick Fuentes says, and that is, I'm going to start voting for Democrats, because that's not an option.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I'll tell you, even Tucker Carlson is, doing the Nick Fuentes and, Candace Owens route on all this stuff. And yet the country of Qatar is on the edge of signing on with Saudi Arabia and the UAE to be part of the aggressive, the offense going into Iran, And so it's interesting to see even, Tucker Carlson, as they call him nowadays, getting like outmaneuvered from behind by his big sponsor, right? Saudi Arabia is already like they're part of the organizational, systems that are, in other words, when you go in and you do these airstrikes, it's very complicated. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's all planned out ahead of time. And, you have to get Israel, the U.S., and Saudi Arabia in the same room to start planning that out. And they're now in the same room. The flights, the airplanes are going to take off any time now. We've been warned a couple times to be prepared for what's about to happen during the next couple days, because it's about to get really big over there. It's about to blow up, And again, now you got Saudi Arabia fighting with the Jews and the Christians, to go take out another Arab country, another Muslim country. If you ask me if this was even possible, I don't know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I would have said never in a million years,
Yeah. Well, like we said in the pre-show, man, if Trump can do this in a short amount of time with very little, collateral damage on our side, and then liberate the Iranian people, how is that going to be bad? How is anybody going to criticize that? A democratic, freedom-leaning, I wouldn't call them free, but as far as like the Middle Eastern Muslim nations go, they would probably be free if they got if they got away from the Islamic dictatorial dictators that they've had, right? And they got a real person in there that just, was a Muslim perhaps, but not radicalized like they've had in times past. That would be a good thing for America. That'd be a good thing for Iran. That'd be a good thing for the rest of the world. So, hey, let's see what happens. I hope and pray for the best, man. And, all these people that were ticked off about all these people dying in Gaza and in Ukraine and Russia, you heard very little about all the, up to 40,000, some said more than that, innocent women, children, and men that were brutally murdered simply for wanting freedom in Iran. Look, if you're going to say you don't like war and you don't like genocide, then keep it across the board. Don't be selective with it, because then you don't really believe it. It's like if you say I'm anti-racist, but you hate black people that are conservatives, which we get from the left. I mean, you're either not racist or you are. It's not like, oh, I like black people that are Democrats, but black people that are conservative, I'll call them all kinds of names, all kinds of racist names, and that's okay. No, it's not. You're the racist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just want everyone to fall within your little squares and circles,
There you go. Yeah.
And fall in line and vote the way they're supposed to vote, basically. You left the plantation, y'all. But I don't know. I feel there's more to get into with the Iran stuff. But for now, let's just talk about the special election that just happened in Texas yesterday. And Jasmine Crockett is gone. Right? Ran for Senate down there, and she lost, and she's done in, she can run for office again. right? She can
Sure.
keep running and running and running, but as of right now, she's got, no future in politics for the foreseeable, horizon. So I don't know, kind of good, I guess. Hopefully people stop listening to her so much.
I heard she was blaming Republicans for her loss to another Democrat. I don't know if that's true or not, but if true, that's
Well,
really out there, man. That's bizarre.
the quotes I have is, they cheated. They did this and that. Who they are is, anybody's guess, right?
Right.
Yeah, I've actually got a clip from her. This is from MS Now. Let's play it.
All that is already stated. We encourage each and every one of you to remain resilient.
Oh gosh, I don't know why that's loading so slow now. It only happens to me when I'm on the radio. I swear to God, it's ridiculous. I play these things all day long, and they never stutter like that. But here we are. Yeah, but no, she's basically saying, I guess there was some issue with. There was a bit of a rule change that said, you had to go to your designated polling station, and so some people went to one and it wasn't their designated one, so they had to, were told to go to another one, which isn't the end of the world when you're voting. I mean, those types of things happen, but to blame the whole loss on that is a little bit of a sore loser syndrome, and I don't blame her. I mean, she's very entitled. She thinks this is sort of her birthright to be in the Senate. And it's just nice to see her on the sidelines and now know that if she tries to do this again in the future, it's going to be really hard because, hey, I cut you a lot of big checks last time around and you lost. I'm not going to do that again. Sorry, I'm going to pick a new guy or a new girl.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's a sign of the times, man. Things are changing. I think that's a good thing. And it's not all doom and gloom. There's a lot of positive things. And that's the thing I have a problem with a lot of people on the right, that all they do is see this doom and gloom. And sure, you can probably find 3 or 4 things that you're unhappy about with, and then hyper focus in on it, and then exaggerate it, and then just focus in on all of that. And you just say these talking points over and over and over again as if everything is bad. And you're excluding all the good stuff that we talk about all the time that's happening. There's all kinds of breakthroughs that are happening. And Trump is doing a lot more in different ways that people just totally avoid talking about. They just pretend like it's not happening.
Yeah, I see it. It's looking good to me. And but yet, I'm also a little bit worried. We are at war with Iran. This is something, we can't take lightly. And the last time, this is a place where great empires go to die, here in Afghanistan. It's where they just go to die, to lose their sacred treasure and just leave it on the battlefield in the form of empty bullet casings and, exploded bombs. It's a never-ending money pit that makes a handful of people at big, corporations in the defense industry very, 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 very rich, but it does absolutely nothing for anyone else. And so, no, thank you. We don't want that. And I know Donald Trump doesn't want it either. He's said it a million times. This is not what he wants. He's not starting a war here. He's ending one. He's ending a 57 or 47-year-old war that has seen thousands of American casualties. And it's also simultaneously a rescue operation for the people of Iran. Let's not forget what got us here. Over the last month, they killed allegedly, potentially, around 40,000 of their own citizens in a month, in 1 month. That's comparable to the entire number of casualties out of the Israeli-Hamas war. But that happened in 1 month. And nobody said boo. Why? Because, well, guess what? Iran is funding Hamas. All the stuff that happened in Israel would never have happened if Iran wasn't pumping that money in behind the scenes to feed Hamas, to give them the bombs, to give them the marching orders, to give them the confidence to go and attack Israel when they know their army is a million times bigger. They have one of the best air forces in the world. And, Hamas has a couple hang gliders. or paramotors or whatever you call them. So it wasn't a war that they ever knew that they could do anything about, but they only started it because they knew they had the backing of Iran, and they also know that, hey, if they die, they're martyrs and they go straight to heaven and 72 virgins and all that good stuff. So why not? You know?
Mm-hmm.
The Straits of Hormuz, we've talked about it forever. Why in the world would we let the Red Sea be run over by the Houthis, by Yemen, a bunch of guys living in huts, you know, that
Right.
shut down the shipping channel that connects Europe to, you know, Asia?
Mhm.
Well, they did it because Iran was funding that. Hezbollah as well, Iran funding. A lot of the terrorists out there are getting their funding from Iran. It's the most radical sponsor of terrorism in the world. And so from that perspective, yeah, I don't want to see them continuing to do this stuff. If we can turn that spigot off, the world becomes a whole lot more safe. You know, it's like we see the crime stats, the number of murders dropping to levels of what, since like 1900, the lowest levels they've ever been. We could see that on a world level, and that would be amazing. But I don't know, Barry, is that too optimistic?
No, I think Trump means well. I mean, if you were to believe the anti-Trumpers, they would tell you that, well, Trump wants the peace prize, you know, at some point in time. He's desperate for that peace prize. Well, if he's so desperate for the peace prize, do you think he would get involved in something in Iran if that would jeopardize that? I mean, you can't have it both ways. These people, they talk, you know, out of both sides of their mouth, and they don't make any sense. It's just constant criticism. So, hey, I'll be the first to criticize if it turns into a long-term war. I'll be the first one to do it. But right now, man, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I think that he's confident that it can be done shortly. Now that part is debatable. Can he? You know, did he get himself into more than he can handle, or is America as great as he says it is? I kind of think that we are. I kind of think that our military's like the baddest in the world at this point in time.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's no comparison really. I mean, our military is shockingly proficient, and yeah, it's amazing what we don't even know that they can do. Right. You know what I mean? We only found out recently about this whole like shockwave thing that they did on Venezuela, where they just everybody went to the ground with nosebleeds and ringing ears when they moved in. It was like there was no defense, you know?
Right.
Amazing stuff. They can probably do that on, we don't even know what they can do. We're seeing the release of these new like one-way drones, they call them, that are sort of kamikazes. Which, you know, how do you defend against that? It's tough.
Yeah. Just be patient. Wait and see, man. I think Trump's got a fairly good record. I wouldn't say perfect record by any means, but, you know, whenever I'm making an analysis, I'm not just looking at what other presidents have done, which is what a lot of the doom and gloomers do. Well, this has been done before, therefore Trump is doing it. No, I look at what Trump has done from 2016 to now. And sure, it's had some shortcomings, but overall, there's been a certain level of consistency that we haven't seen with other presidents for a long time, maybe going back to Reagan. You know, at least there was some consistency there. But I just look at it and I go, overall, is there any reason for me to be completely manic? No. Maybe that changes. Look, if it changes, I'll be tooting the horn. Like Trump made a stupid decision. We got to get out. We got to salvage this somehow before it gets worse. I'll be the first to say it. It's not about being right. It's about being sensible.
Yeah. And if people want to know just exactly how sensible you are, all they have to do is go over to X and punch in Bullhorn Barry.
Sure. Please do. Come on over and subscribe and throw in some comments, and I'd really appreciate it. A lot.
And in the last minute or so we've got left here, I just got to bring up something that occurred just before the start of the show, which is the announcement that Lou Holtz, the legendary Notre Dame head football coach, has just passed away today at the age of 89. What a legend. Lou Holtz, man. I don't know, man. If you've been around football, college football for any time, it's just, that's a name that if he's not already in the Hall of Fame, man, let's put him in there tomorrow, you know, just an absolute legend.
Yeah.
Where I just pulled out the next 4 minutes for you to do a eulogy. I thought you had this.
No, man. Honestly, there's been so many people dying that it's hard to keep up with it all. And I mean, I think a lot of it's connected to the COVID death jab, but that's my opinion. And not saying that was that particular instance, but there does seem like a lot of people dying that are healthy, that are into fitness, cancer, ASL, myocarditis, pericarditis, all that stuff. So it's just kind of, I try not to pay too much attention to it, but people are dropping like flies, it seems like to me. I don't know what the numbers are. It's something I definitely need to find out. Like, what's the death rate like right now? Since, you know,
sometimes things can feel one way, but they're really not in reality, or they're the exact opposite, or, you know, or you're dead on and it's way worse than you thought, you know. Well, but anyway, folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
All right, we're on radio break. Last one of the night. Woohoo! Tonight is flying.
It's just getting started. Is that Josh?
What's that?
Huh?
Did Josh just jump in here and do a bong toke?
No.
I gotta put some new sound effects on that, man. I only get 4 options, so I gotta create some new ones. Maybe I need to just make one for Kia Stommer, so I don't have to say it over and over. Kia Stommer!
Well, all you got to do is, if you're in one of the video chats, you could clip it out.
Yeah.
But you're not.
Well, but I could get it later, download it. That's not a problem.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you wanted to, you know, take all that time to go right to there.
I got my own recording going right now of the show. Right now.
There you go.
Onto an Alesis right now, little Alesis portable recorder.
No, you don't. You
Yeah.
buy.
No, I picked it up at the flea market for a whopping $10.
Ooh.
Good buy, man.
I tell you what, if you find a Behringer soundboard and it's a decent price, let me know.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, nothing under like 1,800 to 1,500,
What?
like that range.
No.
Decent price.
I'm like, you know, right out of the dumpster. You know?
Come
on now.
Like 350.
Yeah.
Mark's got 350.
Yeah, for like a $15,000 one, you know.
Yeah.
No, I don't need. I need a Ford. No, what I have is good. But if I had a backup, that would be even better.
I've got 2 buyer mixer boards. They're like, one's like a, I don't know, 3 or 4 channel, and the other's like an 8 channel, and they both started. The knobs started. You have to tap them to get them to work now. Yeah. So I don't even use them anymore.
Well, what you got to do then is you got to go in,
solder
clean them out.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how to do that. Is it easy?
You got to open it up, and after you open it up, then you got to take and blow it out with the those air deals,
compressors,
vacuum it out, and then spray it with the the electrical connector spray. That way it gets good connection, and it'll also lubricate the slides too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
hey Barry, you want to know a secret?
Sure.
Yeah, get a new one.
See that board on Mark's screen? He's got that board in front of him.
Yeah, it's fake.
No, it's not.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not.
I didn't think you knew that.
It's all AI.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Right, AI, my ass. We're under 30 seconds.
You made a cardboard, yeah.
Cardboard, like right.
Cardboard.
I mean, this is a state-of-the-art Radio Shack 4-channel. I'm like, come on now. They don't make them like that anymore. Because Radio Shack isn't around anymore.
Actually, they just made a comeback. Did you know that? They're reopening again now. And they're selling the same crap they always sold, which is why they're probably going to fail again. Yeah, go check it out. Radio Shack has reopened. I think they got new ownership.
Yeah, that could be. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Barry, man, always good to have you on the show, talking about all kinds of stuff going on in the world. I guess we should talk about the House Oversight Committee today, which had Keith Ellison and Tim Walz in to ask them a few questions about the fraud and corruption and everything that was going on out there over the last couple of years. You know, this autism fund they had for kids, in 2018, it had about $1 million going into it. But by 2024, it was up to $350 million.
Whoa. Boy, they should have cured autism with that.
Oh, you'd think.
That's a lot of money, dude. I mean, wow.
How many kids with autism are there actually in Minnesota?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And if there's that many, then it's like the vaccines, it's the food, it's something. You know what I mean? It's like you don't go from 0 to 350 million because like everyone's eating healthy and doing the right thing and exercising. You know what I mean? They're getting poisoned at some point if that autism is kicking in at that level.
I would like to see
Am I
where.
wrong?
Well, something's causing it, obviously, if that's the case. I mean, if
Yeah.
but $350 million probably overkill for that area. You know, I would imagine. I know that autism is, pretty. It's bigger numbers than it used to be by far. I mean, there was an MIT scientist that said about 15 years ago that within 10 years that it's going to be 1 in 10, and now it dropped below. What is it like in some areas? It is that like in California, in some areas it's like 1 in 10 or 1 in 12. So there are areas where it's worse, and it could be a lot of different things. Maybe
I have a PSA. It says it's like 1 in 8 now.
Yeah,
it's not though. That's the thing.
Again. It just dropped again. It was 1 in 30 something, and now it's dropped again. I heard RFK Jr. talking about it, but I can't remember the exact number. But then I looked it up, and there are areas where it is lower than other areas. And if I remember correctly, honestly, like 1 in 12, something like that. So it's that many people are getting it, and it's just like never happened before at all. 100 years ago. But now,
well, they changed the definition of autism. Used to be a disease. Now it's just the kid can't sit still. He can't sit down and read a book. Autism, right? Well, yeah, you give him War and Peace, and he's 9. Of course, he can't sit down and read it.
It's ADHD, not autism.
Well, you get my point, though. It's all kind of the same, and the fact that
there's mild cases, there is that, but I don't feel like any case should be like mild or severe should be acceptable when I think it's probably preventable. I think what's going on is it's too much toxicity from a variety of different things. And so like when they try to go after one culprit, I don't think there is going to be a slam dunk, because I would imagine that all kinds of things contribute to it, from pollution to chemicals to too many vaccines all at once, a whole bunch of different things. Who knows, right? Plastics. Could be anything.
Well, Barry, I'll tell you what, I've been sucking diesel fuel my whole life, and I'm fine.
That and the glue, right?
No, just the diesel fuel. I ain't no sicko druggie. But,
you didn't eat the Elmer's glue, kid?
Well, it's just, like you say, it's one of these things where, I mean, you bring up ADHD too. Yeah, that's another thing that's just totally overdiagnosed. I just think a lot of these cases are completely overdiagnosed. The kid's fine. Just give them more sunshine, get them off their tablets, and, give them an apple every day. And that's half your problem right there. I think there's probably some issues somewhere along the line with the 1 million vaccines we give to kids. I think on the day a baby's born, they just get like jabbed, like half their day is just getting stabbed, It's wrong. It should be what is needed in the safest possible way, nothing more. If it's not needed, I mean, if you shouldn't be inoculating little kids or babies for hepatitis B, right? If they get it from their mother and they're born with it, that's one thing. But if, they're not going to catch it. They're not going to have do drugs with a dirty needle at 1 year old, right?
Right, right. Well, I don't know. It was not too long ago that was, maybe 6 or 7 shots, and now it's like upwards of 60, I think. So I mean, it's did 60 more become really necessary? I mean, look, I mean, I'm an anti-vaxxer, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask. I'm proud of that stance as well. I'm not against the science of it. I'd look at the studies that I have seen, and it seems like the risks are greater than the benefits. So that's what I've seen. That's just been my observation. So I'm an anti-vaxxer. I have no problem with other people wanting to vaccinate. I don't. And, definitely the only time I've ever told people not to take it is the death jab, because I just felt like that was, that was, don't take
different.
that.
That's not a
It's
vaccine.
not known to be safe. There's over 1,000 studies right off the back, peer review studies that came out showing that it could be potentially dangerous. And I posted a link to all 1,000 peer review studies when that came out. And again, that's not proving anything, but you get 1,000 studies suggesting that it could be unsafe. That's a pretty good red flag.
Yeah, and that wasn't a vaccine in my eyes. That was an mRNA adjuster. It went in and changes your DNA. It's not a vaccine. But, you say you're anti-vaxxer. I wouldn't go there myself. I would not call myself that. I would just say that I'm pro-vaccine when to the point up to where they're necessary for society. Beyond that, it gets kind of ridiculous. You know what I mean? If I wanted to go to Africa, I know I would need to be inoculated for certain diseases because I've, never been exposed to them, and it's part and parcel for going there. You got to get, I can't name them off my head, but I don't know, malaria or whatever, you got to get vaccinated for some of these things out there. And that's one thing, those are necessary, because I know there's a high risk of being exposed to that. And if I'm not ready for it, my body isn't prepared for that, I could, die or get extremely sick and, face all kinds of major consequences, having to be, flown out of the continent, on an emergency scale would not be fun. So, polio. Yeah. Let's not risk getting polio rampant around through society again, all for it. But 70, I trust our government now under the Make America Healthy Again with Kennedy at the helm to put that number into some sort of a rational, here's what everybody needs to go to school, right? Here's what we recommend. It's a few extra ones. It's a little better for you. And if you're a bit of a hypochondriac, we've got level 3 you can go to, and if you're nuts and you just love big pharma and you want to give them all your money, here's level 4. Heck, we'll skip right to level 5. And this is everything in the book. We throw everything in the book at you, right? You pick your level, pick your poison.
Well, I'm not so convinced on the polio thing as far as the oral vaccine is concerned, because you got articles from, I believe it's either Associated Press or Reuters, as well as a couple of other mainstream.
Even when I said polio, I knew I'd get some pushback from that. Go on.
Well, I'm just saying the oral vaccination alone causes more polio than the polio itself. That's is either Associated Press or Reuters and other mainstream reliable supposedly sources say that. And again, you could it's kind of a word play as well, because maybe it's not polio, but you have the symptoms of polio, which is paralysis. So you have polio. However you want to look at it, it's polio, okay? So more people are getting the polio. And that's why in a lot of these third world countries, they don't let Bill Gates in. They've found sterilants in these vaccinations before. And that's why the third world countries don't let them in. And those kind of things, those particular type of sterilants don't get in there by accident. There's been movies even made about it when Hollywood actually every now and then told the truth. Now they don't. I think The Messenger's like the last film I saw that actually was somewhat reliable, telling some kind of truth that maybe would benefit the public. But they don't make those anymore, man. Hollywood's not allowed to do that. They'll ban a movie like that. Just like they did to Aaron Russo when he came out with his documentary, the guy that made The Rose and all kinds of other movies, famous movies. Well, he was a producer, director. And then he came out with that documentary exposing the Federal Reserve and a whole bunch of other things. And that was the end of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And Hollywood itself is, getting caught up in a major, major, major transformation. You know, it will not look anything like it did 5 years ago in another 5 years. You know, this decade, the 2020s, will be the end and beginning of Hollywood as we know it.
Absolutely. You know? I celebrate that. Yeah. Their time is over, dude. The baton's been passed. So it's time for something new. It's time for something fresh. We need new ideas. We need to be done with all the propaganda, the one-sided propaganda. We need to have diverse ideas, and that's never going to happen if Hollywood stays at the top. And they're tanking by the day. We know that. Disney's tanking. The global box office sales coming out of Hollywood are tanking. You know, there's going to be new opportunities for people to make films. We talked about that with AI as well. It's going to open the doors of opportunity where people can actually make a full feature film for little to nothing out of their basement if they know what they're doing. And of course, it's going to take some skill. A lot of people think it's just, you know, type. Well, no, it's a little more sophisticated than that. Especially as AI advances, you're going to have to be able to, you know, tell it what kind of camera you want to use, what kind of lens you want to use, what kind of color grading you want to use. There's a little bit more to it than just typing.
Yeah. I mean, you know, if you want to dial it in to your vision.
Right.
If you just want to take what comes out of the box, you know, you can have them write the plot. But if you want to bring in your human written plot and storyline and script and everything, it's, you know, it's going to be that much more elevated. Right. People sort of picture it as like, hey, AI, make me a feature-length movie with Mel Gibson and Tom Cruise, and I want it to be, you know, 10% funny, 80% action, and another 10% rom-com, you know? And then you just go to lunch, come back, and bam, you got your movie done. You know, it'll make it. It'll probably make that movie, but it would suck. It'd be nothing you'd ever want to watch.
Well, maybe 1 in 10,000 would be okay, but the other ones, you're going to always need to have the human touch, always.
But the number of jobs in Hollywood, the guy running the cameras, you know, that's all going to be CGI now, basically. There's so much of it. Even a lot of the writing can be done, the minutia of the writing can be done via AI, and then you just kind of go back through it and say, okay, this is garbage, this is great, this is garbage, this is fine, you know, and sort of fine tune it from that point. But yeah, no, it's going to be a devastating. Like I said, Hollywood is over, and it's also being reborn. You know, they might as well rename Los Angeles to Phoenix and let Phoenix figure out a new name, because it's going to be reborn from the ashes as a hub where a handful of people who are good at this stuff make billions, you know?
Yeah.
And all the other people are just out of the loop now.
And think about how all of this is playing into the leveling of the playing field, you know, as all of these technological advances happen, the potential to level the playing field is at an all new level, right? Because, everything's becoming more affordable because technology is advancing so fast, and there's mass production, which brings the prices down. So, you know, you have all of these things happening. And of course, the globalists and the social engineers, they hate it. And that's why they're really desperate and trying to censor and block and keep people from, you know, being liberated, which is really what's happening, is a great awakening that involves liberation. It's an exodus out of slavery, so to speak. But people were enslaved and they didn't even know it. That's the thing. They were enslaved and they didn't know it. A lot of people, right? You know, it was an invisible prison to them. They thought it was normal, and they were being told the truth. And you know, the people in power weren't lying, but now we all know different. Now we all know that we've got to take the power back, and we've got to be the ones that shape the future, not them. We don't need Bill Gates shaping the future, telling us that we need to dim the planet and spray us with chemicals. That's just a definite no.
A definite hard no. How about the mosquitoes? Let's put the virus, you know, the vaccine virus into the mosquitoes and send that on its way.
In the lettuce. Let's put it in the organic lettuce, the vaccine.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you're onto something there, man.
Sure. You know,
and let's make another one that
let's go against everybody's free will and just invade their very, you know, agency. You know, let's just take all their agency away from them. Let's just invade them and tell them exactly what they're going to do. And they wanted to do that during the shamdemic for certain, man. You saw the tyrants come out from under the rocks, man. I never had any clue that there were so many people that really secretly wanted to be a tyrant.
Oh, yeah. We covered it, the story recently. I don't know if it was with you or not. Bolsonaro down in Brazil, they just sort of dropped an investigation that they were having into him for mass murder. They were going to charge him for mass murder for not pushing the lockdowns and vaccines harder. You know, like they could have spent, X number of $1 billion on these vaccines, and he didn't even do that. He didn't even buy 1 billion, doses of the vaccine. And they want to say that that action killed, tens of millions of people or whatever. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It's the opposite upside down world. If they charged him for that, it would be a laughingstock on the world scale, I would hope.
Yeah. Of course. You would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, we are in California, so let's stay there. The Supreme Court just blocked California's secret gender transition law for children. Okay, that was the one where the school, you could show up to school, your mom dresses you up in your jeans and your button-down shirt and, maybe a sweater over it to look nice and neat. And, you're looking good. You got your hair parted over, all right? Then you get to school and your teacher proceeds to immediately redress you into a dress, right? And a little pink dress, and you've got a little wand, and she puts a wig over your nice boy's little parted hair. And now instead of calling him Billy, we're going to call him Betty for the day until the bell rings at 2:30, and then we put him back in his jeans and send him home. That was allowed in California. They discouraged you from violating the child's rights by telling the parents that your kid is transgender. You secretly transition the kid at school and send him home, and you never let the parents know that your kid actually identifies as Betty at school every day and wears a dress. Unbelievable. Supreme Court said, enough of that. You're done. You can't do that. That's completely against the parents' rights. And I commend them for that. That is such an important case. If we allow that in society, what's next?
Yeah. Well, it's Nutsville, man. There's a lot of programming going into the kids in a variety of ways. Through the education system, of course, is one way, but through Hollywood, the fashion industry, different, media, magazine, that kind of stuff. I wish that I could show you, but it's radio, so we can't show you. But the Paris 2026 fashion show, go to my X page and check it out. If you're listening, Bullhornberry, and watch it, and you'll see what they're bombarding, our kids with, and just everybody in general as well. It's literally a demonic freak show. I mean, people look distorted, and they have makeup on to look like they're, disfigured. They look demonic. It's insane. I've never seen, I guess I can't say I've never seen anything like it, because it seems like for the last 4 or 5 years, that's been pretty much every fashion show lately. But, it's all on the dark side now. And it's ugliness, which I think is really what they're trying to say is, hey, we're ugly on the inside, and now we're going to show you how ugly we are on the inside by showing it to you on the outside as well. And there was one rapper, I think he died, but I heard him say one time that he disfigured himself because he was too handsome, and he needed to be ugly. And if you see humanity as ugly, then that kind of makes sense. And that's who these people are on the far left. These are people that see humanity as ugly and a virus and a plague and a problem. They don't like themselves either, by the way, right? And that's why they're so insane, and that's why they never want to have civil discourse. They just have hatred and ugliness on the inside. And it used to be they would just be like a whitewashed tomb. They'd be dirty on the inside and clean on the outside. Now they're saying, hey, I'm proud of my ugliness and my disfigurement. Check me out. You see the same thing with these people. They literally, become like a demon or a dragon, or they become an alien, and their eyes are completely black. And the tattoos from head to toe, every inch, but not like tattoos like designs, like maybe they just paint themselves green or olive or something to look like an alien, cut off their ears, cut off their nose. And then they complain and say, like every single one of them says, man, I don't know what's wrong with people. I can't get a job. And I'm thinking, because you're terrifying people.
Yeah.
Imagine a 6-year-old kid seeing that. With the nose is literally cut off, the ears are cut off, the eyebrows are cut off, their eyes are blacked out. And they say, say something to a kid, that kid's going to be terrified.
Exactly. It's like the nose ring, When you see that, it's just run.
What, the bull nose ring? I've seen them.
Like the ones that bulls get.
So big. You're so big, you have to lift it up like a doorknob just to eat a piece of pizza. I don't get that.
Yeah. Or when people do that to their ears, they just make it huge. Just a massive circle in there. It's fine and cool, but man, I remember when I was on the ski team in high school, or it was at whatever it was. We were running gates, practicing, and none of the girls could wear earrings. And it was like well known among the girls, don't go to ski practice wearing earrings. Don't ever ski wearing earrings, because you hit something, it's just going to rip it right out, Mm-hmm. So how are you going to walk through life with 2 giant loops that can just catch a tree branch or anything at any point and just rip off your entire ear? Ouch, that would hurt.
Yeah. I had a nephew that had one of those, and he got them taken out, and he had to have surgery because it leaves a huge hole there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've had friends that have done that before, and they take it out, and it's just like you've got
you're fully
a thing
committed.
hanging there that's just.
You're fully committed when you do that. You're either going to wear that for the rest of your life, or if you're not, you're going to have to deal with this giant hole, and you either have surgery like my nephew did, or you leave it. And I mean, whatever. Hey, I'm for whatever you want to do if you're an adult.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean I don't think it's kind of stupid, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah. And it doesn't mean, hey, to each your own, more power to you. But also, if I'm running a restaurant and you want to work, as a receptionist up there, seating people, the host, no, probably not going to work. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is they're glorifying, and I'm not, forget what we just said. That's mild stuff, but I'm talking about more extreme stuff. They're glorifying being a freak. Being a freak is now like the thing. And if you're not a freak, there's something wrong with you. Like if you're anything even that looks somewhat normal, man, even if you have like a whole bunch of tattoos, that's still normal, But there's this other thing happening that's just like people are just like taking things way too far, man, because they're searching for identity. I think at the end of the day, and so hey, maybe this is me and I'm different than everybody else, but then eventually everybody starts doing it and you're back to nobody's different again. So it's a vicious cycle.
And it's nothing new in society. You've always had the freaks. You've always had people pushing the, edge of punk or whatever it was. Right. But it just depends, hey, like I say, to each their own, but yeah, don't complain. You can't get a job. But anyway, let's go to stumbling old Joe Biden. He came out of his basement the other day and gave a talk. And this is what he had to say. Quote, despite the fact that COVID drove migration to record levels all around the world, the day I left office, border crossings in the United States were lower than the day that I entered the office. I inherited it from Trump. And that's just a fact.
That's what he said too, folks. I mean, you could play it. That's pretty good. That was right on target, dude. I give you an A+ for that performance. He said it just like.
And even looking at this chart here of all the immigration that came in during his term, it did drop off pretty hard at the very end of his his term. The very end of the last few months dropped off very hard, because Trump had gotten elected and, there were 3 or 4 months till transition. And so they did shut down a lot of the blatant crazy stuff that they were allowing to happen. But in no way is this chart, in no way was it lower than the day he entered office. And to boot, it also spiked big time in the last few months of Trump's administration because Joe Biden had won. And everybody knew that, Joe Biden said, hey, I hope they surge the border. I want them to surge the border. Come on up here. The door's wide open. Please come. And 10 million people said, yes, sir, we're on our way. And that's why we're sitting in the mess we are today. And I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for Trump, this country would be hurling down the wrong path. Folks, go check out Bullhorn Barry over on X, over on Minds.com, all over the place. He's everywhere on the internet, as am I. I am over on Minds.com/censorshipsucks. And if you want to see what we're going to talk about every week, go over to my feed and check it out. Every article, every reference, everything we talk about is over there, posted in order. And, you can know exactly what to expect when you show up. So, folks, thanks so much for listening. We are all out of time, but stay tuned. There's a lot more coming from DREAGUS Productions right after these messages.
All right, guys. Great show. I'll get this up and out like I normally do, and you guys did a great job.
Thanks for everyone listening on the podcast out there. We love you all. Conspiracy and
Yep.
Cecilia.
Roger.
Cecilia's out there.
Cecilia.
Cecilia.
Don't go breaking my heart, Cecilia. All right.
Cecilia. How you doing, Cecilia?
All right. Well, I'm going to get over and bring Jack up and get him going. All right. So you guys take care, and I'll catch you guys on Sunday.
Thanks for coming out, Barry. We'll see you next week.
Yep.
You bet, brother. Have a good week, man.
All right.
Peace.
Take care. That was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, folks. And I have Jack Carey coming up with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Jack was out last week, but we will get him in this week for sure. Let me get him up and going. Jack, there he is. And let me fix the OBS so you all can see when Jack pops in.
Hello.
There he is. Jack Carey.
How are you?
How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing okay. I've had a heck of a week.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could say a hell of a week, but it's been a hell of a week.
You can. I mean, we're not on the radio side yet, and you could say that word, but just leaves us, an opening to say the other ones.
Yeah, it's been one of those weeks where I have my my gallery reception Friday night, so I had to put up a huge art display.
Yeah. How did that all go? Did you make out like a bandit?
No, it's this Friday.
Oh, it's this Friday. I thought it was last Friday.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm so busy. It's always they always have what's called First Friday in the art world.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much every first Friday of every month, the galleries in any city are open late, and they have wine and stuff like that, and they feature an artist, and this particular gallery is featuring me this time. So
that's so awesome, Jack. That really is.
Yeah.
What do you got for tonight for us?
Well, we're going to explore the architecture of the rabbit hole of the lost city of the Grand Canyon, but we're going to tie in a lot of other stuff like the Hopi legends and the Sumerian Anunnaki. Really interesting connections there that really can't be denied, and linguists are at a complete loss to explain what I'll be talking about tonight. So that'll be fun.
Looking
And
forward
we got
to
some
it.
weird news too. Like this brilliant scientist that's he's like a theoretical mathematician and like a astrophysicist. He says he's got undeniable proof that we're living in a simulation. So, and I read his white paper, and it is very interesting. We're going to talk about that tonight. So,
Yep, we are the Sims.
right. How was your week?
It was actually pretty good. It's been actually very good this week. Looking forward to the weekend. I got my daughter coming in tomorrow, and I'll have her for this weekend too. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Excellent. Yeah, that's great.
We got 30 seconds, and then we're going to get you going. Actually, less. It's really good to have you back, Jack. I know that you had some issues last week. But
yeah, very sick mother-in-law. But
yeah. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jim Carey. We are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And just today, high above us, was circling the Black Knight satellite. Interesting little tie-in. There's been I'll get to the Black Knight in a minute, but this has been a really crazy week on the great space roller coaster that we call the Earth. And, it's worth pointing out the war in Iran and all of that stuff taking place right now. I guess, interestingly enough, Iran is the ancient Persia of biblical times, and it was from Persia that the three magi approached what they believed to be a king born unto them, which would turn out to be, of course, Jesus. And it's interesting to point out that it was the magi of Persia who held the star prophecy. And these guys were astrologers, they were mathematicians, they were kind of the scientists of their day, and they practiced magic. Something that is really kind of underground today in Persia because of the Muslim religion over there. But back in that time, it was a fully accepted practice. And today, we call those abilities psionics. That's the official term of the U.S. government, psionics. And today they're using, the same meditation techniques to summon UFOs. Fascinating stuff, how everything really ties together. But tonight, our main topic is going to be exploring the architecture of the rabbit hole of the lost city of the Grand Canyon and kind of pick out one of or numerous rabbit holes. I think what I'll do is point out the various rabbit holes that really stem off from this major mystery that we have. Not many people have heard of the lost city of the Grand Canyon, unless you've been following me for long enough. Then you've heard me talk about it before, I'm sure, but it's a fascinating rabbit hole to go down. And I've got a little personal tie-in to it just because I have a friend who I would consider him a pretty close friend, but he was trained by the CIA to actually find treasure and like precious metal deposits, right? And that's interesting. That's going to tie in here because what that tells us is that the CIA is interested in treasure. And as we will see, the CIA features prominently later on in this mystery. So we'll be talking about that. It's been a crazy time. If you have been following what I refer to as the cyber prophecies, the interesting stuff that came out of the Alta reports, the original Alta reports of the WebBot. Now, this was prior to the internet becoming polluted with AI chatbots and things like that. There was an algorithm designed in order to basically be able to pick up speech patterns worldwide and narrow all of that down to a sequence of future events that would take place. How that takes place and why it takes place, to make a long story short, is because the human race is collectively psychic. On some level, we operate like a single species, and that ability shows up in our speech patterns. In other words, if you can narrow it down enough and use the right algorithms, you can determine that people are actually predicting events before they take place and conversations going on around the world. And that's basically what it did. And it was able to project really far into the future, as we would consider it. Of course, time is an illusion and doesn't really exist according to our mathematics. And yet everything we see seems to operate on the principle of time. So maybe that will also feature into some really weird news that came out this week. And, there's a really, really smart scientist out there in the world, and you can Google this or ask AI about this story, but he basically claims that he's got indisputable proof that we are, in fact, living in a simulation. And I did peruse his research. It's very interesting. He, to whittle it down and not bore people, basically what he's saying is that in the observable reality that we're in, everything operates on a principle of entropy. In other words, over time, everything breaks down. Heat dissipates, etc., except for information. Somehow, information doesn't do that. And what he's saying is that could only take place, that could only happen if we were actually living inside of a computer system of some kind. In other words, there's a architectural structure around our reality that's allowing for the transfer of information without entropy. That is probably will define the future of human research, is determining whether or not that is in fact the case. So I equate it to really we're sort of the research rat, and they've played around with our genetics long enough that we're beginning to see the bars of our cage. That's a profound place to be. And I'll remind everybody that we are in the upswing of the Kali Yuga. That is a good place to be, irregardless of the chaos that we see. The upswing of the Kali Yuga in the grand principle of planetary cycles, the ancient art of observing planetary cycles, is the spot where the human race begins to enter into a new golden age. And every so often we enter into golden ages, and every so often we go through dark ages. And how that is determined is by our position on this planet to galactic center, the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And every so often we're kind of in a bad spot because there is a debris field that sort of blocks our planet from galactic center, except during certain periods of this planetary cycle in which we kind of pop up out of the debris field's path and pop. Sometimes we go down. It's like a big circle that takes place. We're going up and down and up and down. And as we do, we get bombarded with rays from galactic center. That is the Kali Yuga. And when you get bombarded with all of these rays, it affects biological life in really positive ways. It seems to be a fundamental mechanism of the universe itself, and perhaps goes back to, really profound divine kind of stuff like the heartbeat of God, that kind of thing. So it's very interesting that we're going through this chaotic period because in the upswing of a Kali Yuga, you have a really turbulent period that takes place just as you basically pass out of the old, being blocked by galactic center into the new, where you're being bombarded by galactic center, is a turbulent time. But once you get through it, good things really start to happen. I've often wondered if, the powers that be currently are aware of this planetary cycle, because they keep talking about a new golden age. I've heard it time and again. So if we can survive the little turbulence we're going through, then we will actually, I believe, go on to search and explore the stars, at least in our immediate vicinity. It looks like, they've discovered with our reversed engineered technology coming from alien species that really the way to travel through space is by bending space and time inside of a bubble and projecting from point A to point B without traveling. You're kind of bending space so you don't have to travel. You just make a little jump from point A to point B and you're there. That's really going to be the future of space travel. And, at that stage, space is wide open. If it's never ending, then imagine what you could discover with that. But I digress. I'm known for my dubious speculation, as they like to say, and I'm proud of it. So, but gosh, it's been crazy time. It's still if you've been following the show, you'll know the cyber prophecies, the webbot reports, and a cross current of corroboration coming from the future forecasting group headed up by Dick Algeier, CIA trained, remote viewers. I say CIA trained. They took that program and now they openly train other people to do that. And Dick Algeier has been able to kind of assemble the best of the best around the world, and they formed a group, and a lot of their viewings have corroborated the webbot reports in such a way that they led me to believe that there was an extremely high probability of many of those events occurring. And that in turn led us into the, crypto market, cryptocurrency market, precious metals, especially silver. Not a financial advice giver at all, but I am, a polymath with photographic memory, and I'm able to basically pursue a lot of different interests, and that's one of my interests. And as such, I've become pretty proficient with basically trading cryptocurrencies and precious metals. So, all I can say is it's still a crypto winter out there. Not a lot happening, although I think today Ethereum was up about 9%. There's a major resistance level right around 2,500. If it can break that, who knows? It might recuperate, but the crypto market hasn't been the same since the October 10th deleveraging event. That's what it's now called among the Wall Street elites. Nobody knows who did it or how it occurred. But a stable coin on some major market maker flashed 75 cents instead of $1. That should never happen. When it did, it caused a computerized cascade of margin calls from highly leveraged traders. That means when you get a margin call, the brokerage house force sells your position and takes their money back that you had borrowed from them to leverage the trade, because they're not going to tolerate you losing it all. So they're watching, and you hit a certain point, bam, they trip your order and trip your margin call, and you're out, plus the loss, plus the interest on the margin, plus, it's a brutal, I explain it to people like this. It is a gladiator arena doing what I do. So don't do it. It takes an extreme amount of agility to do what I do, and you need the knowledge of how to read real-time charting that's taking place. The buyers and the sellers duking it out candle by candle by candle. And if you can't do that or have the time to do it, then it's not really for you. The best, you can't go wrong, in my opinion, and history proves this true, in buying like gold and just holding it. If you had done that for the past 80 years, you would have beaten the entire stock market, the S&P, I don't think you would have beaten Bitcoin. I don't know. I'll have to look that up, because Bitcoin's gone up 64 million% since it was invented. 64 million%. That's incredible, right? But it's having an identity crisis at the moment. Nobody really can tell you what Bitcoin is. Is it a store of value? Is it digital gold? What is Bitcoin? Because right now you can trade tokenized gold. That means trading gold on the blockchain. So why would you need Bitcoin? Doesn't make any sense. So, my base case thesis is that I don't think Bitcoin has much of a future. I know that it's a limited coin. There's only 21 million of them available, and therein lies the value. But unless they figure out a way for it to begin to yield an interest for the asset holder, they have a potentially terminal problem. You take juxtaposition to that crypto like Ethereum, and when you own Ethereum, you can do what's called staking, and that's basically where you agree not to sell it for a certain period of time, although now you can unstake instantly, I'm told. But when you stake it, you're earning interest yield on your money, and that's a very good thing. I mean, that's something that over time could become extremely valuable. So we'll see what happens in the future here. I don't really mess with the other coins, just because I think they're too highly speculative, and a lot of them won't survive. So that's just the way it is. We'll see how the so-called level 2s do, being built on the Ethereum network. And I recently read an article where the guy who invented Ethereum is now about to begin doing what he calls quantum defense. So in other words, they're building into the encryption of that particular cryptocurrency a way to fight against quantum computers of the future. Because quantum computers of the future are like, could possibly break the codes on cryptocurrency. So that's kind of where we're at with that. What have I been doing? Well, gold. I'm sticking with gold right now. I have discovered a way of trading gold back and forth that's been extremely good for me. So everybody's got to kind of find their own niche, and I'm discovering that sticking with gold has really been the smartest play. So, and as we go into the future, the Webbot predicts really an implosion of the fiat currency system. I mean, you can take your pick which fiat currency, it doesn't really matter. You know, people have long predicted the demise of the dollar. You're always going to have a dollar. The question is, how many of them will it take to buy a loaf of bread? Right? Well, it predicts it's going to take many, many, many dollars to buy a loaf of bread. And really, the store of value will be something else that we don't really have unless it's cryptocurrency. So that's kind of how all of that ties together. Tonight's rabbit hole, though, our main topic, is fascinating because it ties into so many other rabbit holes. And what if I told you that there's sufficient evidence to present a logical case that an ancient city was discovered in the Grand Canyon, and it was covered up? And people always say, well, why would they cover that up? Because we were right in the middle of Western expansion when that occurred. And the Smithsonian was charged with what is called manifest destiny. So anything, that kind of interrupted the accepted view of history during that period was all covered up. Bones of giants, all covered up. Evidence of Egyptians having been in the United States, covered up. You name it. They employed a lot of explorers that were known to be explorers before the Smithsonian employed them, and those explorers were able to go out and find a lot of this evidence, or just came across it and shipped it all back to the Smithsonian, and it all just disappeared. We do have a witness who claimed that his grandfather told him that they were taking the bones of the giants out on big boats and they were just dumping them in the ocean. So the Smithsonian features prominently into tonight's topic because the explorer who discovered the city was working for the Smithsonian at the time. And we know all of this because of a front page news article published in the Phoenix Gazette in 1907. And it was in the Phoenix Gazette that they actually had witnessed this gentleman coming down the Colorado River with a boatload of artifacts. And every one of those artifacts was described. We're going to get into that in detail. And I mentioned earlier about the Black Knight satellite. I wanted to mention that before we get back to our main topic, because nobody can explain the Black Knight satellite. And it was this week that I remembered that there was an interesting group of CIA-trained remote viewers who had targeted the Black Knight satellite. And this kind of features into the cryptozoology world, fascinatingly enough. And what they said was the Black Knight satellite was some type of machine created by non-human intelligence and alien species, and that it could somehow capture the living essence of creatures that had lived in the past on this planet, and then was able to project them back down onto the earth in fleshy form. Imagine how advanced you would have to be to have a fleshy hologram. But how much could we explain crazy cryptid animal activity if that were true? Anyway, we'll get back to our main topic right after our break.
All right, we're on radio break, Jack.
Cool.
I like how you make it so mysterious.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's creepy sometimes.
Yay.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're going.
That's what we're going
The
for.
truth is creepy, darn it.
Truth is creepy. Yes. Facts are creepy too. When you put them together to figure out the truth, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah. I've never thought about the Black Knight satellite being a projector to do that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I never thought about it either, and they blindly targeted it, and that's what they came up with. I was like, wow, how would your mind even conceive of that if it weren't like a real thing, you know?
Or, so, the technology for that would be crazy, too. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a hologram that can actually pick up, hold things, and make footprints.
Right. Leave physical evidence.
Yeah.
A fleshy hologram. That's basically what they described.
That would really make sense. You know, when you don't find like caveman type hauntings too.
Right, exactly.
Okay. Or is Bigfoot that haunting?
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. Maybe they're just, ghosts. They are. Know. They sure move like one.
Which means, well, I mean, I guess there's been signals sent from out of the galaxy to and from that satellite as well that's been picked up. So who's to say, if some of those creatures and things were just here, from here, brought back from time. That could be from other places.
Oh yeah, completely. Yeah, and that would explain,
or like Star Trek, beamed in, beamed out, to do like an away mission.
Right.
And just some crazy stuff. We got we have Great Conspiracy and Roger restreaming us tonight. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
So, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a crazy And if, you know what, maybe we are in a simulation, because it would explain a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it sure would. But, I'm like, that pterosaur that flew in front of my truck that time, I mean, it was so real. You
Right.
know, but, to have, be beamed, I still think that we have, like, pockets of, like, creatures like that survived. We're under 30 seconds, so we're going to get a countdown pretty soon.
Lazarus species.
Yeah, they might not be as big as what they used to be, or they might be, they're different over time. Anyways, here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Back everybody to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. I've got a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. And tonight we are talking about a lost city in the Grand Canyon. It was published on the front page of the 1907, I believe it was the April edition, but don't quote me on that, of the Phoenix Gazette. And, what can I say? That he reported that this guy came down the river. His name was S.A. Jordan. He was known as an explorer of his day. That this guy really lived, right? And, there was a whole history of his life. So it'd be weird for them to make up a story and use this guy as the figure in the story when he was a real living figure. Wouldn't he have said, no, that wouldn't be, but nothing like that ever happened. So, but anyway, his testimony, and he had artifacts to prove it, was that on his exploration down the Colorado River, he noticed a hand-hewn doorway right in the side of a sheer rock cliff, right? And he also noticed that there were hand-hewn steps going all the way down, basically to the water. And so he was able to maneuver his boat over to the steps and actually get up this thing and into the doorway, where he says he discovered a vast city. It was like an 8-spoked wheel with a central hub, and then huge like corridors that went off in 8 different directions. He said it could house at least 50,000 people. That's a vast city. One of the artifacts he mainly described seeing was this figure that to him looked very oriental. And, he described something that looked like a lotus flower too. But all of these kind of iconography that he describes can't really be put into any one specific culture. It's fascinating. But he boxed all of these artifacts up. He shipped them back to the Smithsonian, and today they have disappeared like so many other historical relics, right? But what's interesting is that we have a lot of other peripheral evidence for this city existing. First of all, there's been 2 other eyewitnesses to the city's existence in the form of 2 hikers that actually got lost in the part of the Grand Canyon that is actually forbidden to any human. I bet you didn't know that there's areas in the Grand Canyon where They are completely off limits, even to park personnel. Think about that. And every little peak around this forbidden zone has an Egyptian name. That would be fascinating enough, along with the testimony of a lost city. But when you consider the fact that you can plot all of those peaks that have these Egyptian names and the city, and it becomes a spot-on match for the layout at Giza. How is that possible? If there weren't some kind of either Egyptian or much, much older connection, and that's my thesis. I think the connection to this lost city is much, much older. The city must still be there unless they somehow destroyed it, but maybe one day, they'll come out and say, yeah, the city exists, this ancient city. I brought up the CIA earlier in treasure hunting because when I was told that the CIA actually trains people to actually go out and find treasure for them, that opened up a whole realm of possibilities, right? Why would they do that? Because it's undeclared money. They can get rid of it. They can sell it on the black market. They can melt it down. They can do any number of things with it. And then they can use that money to fund unfunded projects, black projects, projects that are probably illegal, highly illegal. And that's why they need untraceable money, which is why they train people to go out and find ancient treasures that they can then pillage and sell. That was the program that he was involved with, my friend. And it leads me to believe that something very similar must have happened here. It's quite possible that the CIA also found, or government agents of the day were taken back to that location by S.A. Jordan, and they discovered a vast amount of gold. Because it's right at this time period that a vast amount of unexplained gold suddenly just appears in the U.S. government's treasury. Just appears. Nobody can explain it. Look that up. How is it possible that you have the discovery of an ancient city in the Grand Canyon at exactly the same time that the largest deposit of gold in U.S. history just appears in the U.S. Treasury? Must be a coincidence. But this particular rabbit hole in this lost city ties into so many other mysteries, ancient mysteries, that it really starts to boggle the mind, right? You know, first of all, you have what appeared to have been a worldwide civilization at some point, a world culture that were pyramid builders. And it was the same culture that built all of them around the world. You have all of the evidence for Tartaria existing. People are beginning to really delve into the idea that Tartaria may have really existed. And if that's true, oh boy, what a Pandora's box that is. Because what that does is it lends a lot of credence and probability to the dark thesis, the dark hypothesis, as it's known, that I covered the week before last on my radio show. The dark hypothesis is something that, most people shouldn't read in depth. It can cause extreme depression, things like that. And it made Jimmy Carter cry. So, you have to take that into account. You're making a president cry when he reads it. And, there's probably a lot of people out there that would do the same or worse. Which brings me up to the point that I'm taking the dark thesis and presenting it kind of in a new light. And that will be appearing in a new book of mine, and it's simply called Dark Thesis by Jack Carey. Will be coming out in the next few weeks. And, it's an exploration of the dark hypothesis, but in the idea that it could be simply our perception is wrong. That may be this all ties into the Type 3 civilization that seeded our planet. So be looking for that when it comes out. My good friend Billy Carson of Ancient Alien fame always taught me or told me, Jack, you always sell your books at the beginning of the show, not the end. I thought it was the funniest thing I ever heard. He laughed and laughed. But if you notice, Billy Carson does that. He always sells his books at the beginning of the show. Huh. That's a good advice, isn't it, Mark?
Well, if you want to turn it into an infomercial, that's why I'll skip like the first 5 or 10 minutes of Billy's stuff.
Right, exactly. It's funny. But anyway, the Lost City of the Grand Canyon, the unexplained gold, and then you have a really strange linguistic mystery that linguists are at a total loss to explain. And that is, it's tied into the Hopi prophecies and the Hopi history, their sacred history. And I find a lot of beauty in the Pueblo Indians' history and their culture, and I spent a lot of time with the Navajo tribes in the Four Corner area. And it's a really, really interesting, rich culture. But the Hopi believe that at some point in the past, their ancestors were taken down into the earth by the ant people. That's what they refer to them as, the ant people, right? Well, the Hopi have 2 words to describe the ant people. The ant friends, by the way. They consider these beings to be friends of their ancestors. Well, the word ant in the Hopi is anu. And the word friend is naki. You put those 2 together, ant friend, and you have the word Anunnaki. How fascinating is that? Because there is absolutely no explanation for how it is that you would have 2 words that would basically mean the same kind of strange connotation that you get from the Anunnaki Sumerian tablets, in which they described an alien race, coming down onto the earth. The word Anunnaki in Sumerian means those from the skies to the earth came, right? And then you have the biblical sort of version of that in Genesis 6:4, when it talks about the sons of God, the Nephilim and all of that had, they bred with human women, they had offspring. And these offspring actually become the very first kings around the world. And they were known as the Serpent Kings. That's all real history. And probably they were the pyramid builders. So all of this ties together. Is it possible that the ant friends of the Hopi, the Anunnaki of the Sumerian, were the same? And is it possible that they were responsible for building this lost city? Because in the story of the Anunnaki, some of them were basically cast down to the earth, and they were cast down because they tried to get one over on what's called the Grand Council and Anu himself. The Anunnaki were the people of Anu. Anu was still alive. Anu was the supreme god, right? And he had two sons, Enki and Enlil, and he put them in charge of mining the earth of its gold because they needed the gold to turn into basically gold dust, and then they were going to put it into their atmosphere to reflect the sun. Because their atmosphere had become damaged through a war that they had with another alien species. So one of the sons, his name was Enki, was a genetic scientist, and his wife was a geneticist, and her name was Ninkarsag. And it's said that they're responsible for creating humans to be a worker race for the Anunnaki to do the mining for them. And Enki and his wife, when it was discovered by them that the Grand Council of the Anunnaki had decided to wipe out all of the humans they created, basically made a secret plot to save some of them from destruction. And this is the story of Noah, right? And when it was discovered by Anu and the Grand Council that this treachery had taken place and they had made this plot to basically go against what they had ruled, he decided to cast Enki and his followers, which were 200, and his wife, down to the earth forever. It even says in the Bible, in Genesis, that they were 200 in number, right? Descending down on Mount Armon. And that's in Turkey today. But imagine that you were marooned on a desert island. You had no technology, no medical supplies, no food stores, nothing. You were cast down with nothing. What could you build? What would you build with no tools, no technology? Because these guys went around the earth building monuments and crazy stone structures that we can't even duplicate today with our best technology. And they were doing it without anything, right? They started from scratch and were able to do that. So they were pretty powerful beings. And once they were cast down and the rest of the Anunnaki had left, they went about teaching their offspring as they saw them the art of using their biology to interact. Now you have to realize that Enki's wife, Ninkarsag, it is said, used some of his DNA to create the human species. So the human species had royal Anunnaki blood, royal Anunnaki DNA. And so because of that DNA, we have the ability to use our biology in the ability to basically affect reality around us in a way that is unseen, right? And today we call that psychic ability or psionics. Back then it was called magic. And it was referred to that in the book of Enoch and in the book of Genesis, etc. So it was only because those abilities were frowned upon by the later church in the Dark Ages, the Catholic Church, etc., that all went underground, began to take on the iconography and symbolism of that was opposite of the oppressing religion that was trying to hold it down. And today it's open. They just changed the name of it. And then they openly discuss it and then teach it in laboratory conditions to some of our government-controlled psychics. So all of that ties together, guys, in a really strange, weird rabbit hole, right? And we're still trying to discover our past. We have little bits, little fragments, but like Graham Hancock always says, the human species is a species with amnesia. And there again, that ties back into the dark thesis, because if you listen to what Cliff High has to say, the inventor of the WebBot, he says it appears to have been a forced amnesia. Somebody didn't want us to remember our past. Whoever that is, it must be a danger for them, for us to remember our past. And all of that keeps, feeding back into this feedback loop of the possibility, right, of what I mentioned earlier, of us maybe being in a simulation. It would explain so much. And the remote viewers who viewed the Black Knight satellite, they basically said that whatever alien intelligence had created it was waiting for us to be able to determine that those mysteries were actually being projected down onto the earth. And as soon as we began to look behind the veil of that occurring, it will lead us into the first conversation with this intelligence. That's what they predicted. So, it's very, very interesting. I guess what we could do is we could start to refer, if this scientist evidence is what he claims it to be, undeniable proof that we're in a simulation, does that mean that God's a computer programmer? It's just a question, philosophical or otherwise, right? Doesn't mean that we shouldn't consider them God or whatever, or put some divine value there, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I prefer the Great Pez Dispenser. I'm going with the Great Pez Dispenser. That's God for me. So what will the Great Pez Dispenser have for us next on the Great Space Roller Coaster? God, it's been a ride, has it not? And all we have to do is look around at all these crazy, crazy rabbit holes that are in our reality and really begin to wonder just what the hell is going on around here, right? There was a man named Albert Hubbard, and he said, the paranormal is the normal, just not yet understood by science. I think that is a really good quote, right? And for me personally, being attracted to the anomalies of the reality matrix has been far more valuable than studying the static nature, right? It's the anomalies that appear in the matrix that tell us most about its nature. And where do you find the anomalies? You find them in paranormal and esoteric research. And all of the esoteric mysteries, all of the mystery schools that were formed to house the esoteric mysteries, all stem from this interaction of the, well, let's just call them marooned Anunnaki here on the earth before they died. And they all did die eventually. They lived extremely long lifespans, and that was recorded in the Bible. Their offspring still lived extremely long lifespans, but as the DNA became more and more diluted, that lifespan became shorter and shorter and shorter. And so they weren't immortal. They did die. And Inky's tomb is something I believe I have discovered in the south of France. I wrote an entire book about that, actually, and it's called The Enoch Code. And that's actually a really good seller on Amazon. So if you want a deep dive into where the lost tomb of Inky could be, and I give the exact location, then the Enoch Code is for you. It traces all of the Enoch Code through history, and it's really a well-researched book. Over 200 quotes from experts in their fields. So, but guys, join me next week. We will get crazy and jump down another one of these rabbit holes. Probably going to have more of a cryptid type show next week. Pardon me. Just because we got some catching up to do in that world. And until then, I will see you guys on the radio.
Great job, Jack. Hang with me until I get us cleared off of TMV Cafe. And
go.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Good show. Good.
Good, thanks.
Yep. All right, I'll get this up and out.
Julia. And I will get you that code this next week. I should be because I'll be past my gallery show, and that's what's been killing me. So I had to produce 3 new paintings for it, and all this stuff. So, but yeah, I'll get that going too.
I just cleared from there. Yeah, hey, Jack, check into this. There's these South American Bigfoot in Peru. I think it's Peru and Venezuela. It's like in the 1800s or something like that. They came across them, and people shot at them, and there's like groups and tribes of them, and there's literally areas that you're not allowed to go into because of fear, because they'll cannibalize you. I was reading a story not long ago about that, and it was quite interesting, and I was wondering if maybe you had some new intelligence about that. Anything going on down there? Yeah, in fact, they look kind of like the spider monkey down there, and they have the same kind of face, but they don't have a tail, and they are human size and larger.
Wow.
From the description.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So see if you can dig something up on that. That was quite interesting. It's a Bigfoot type. I don't know if it's the same thing that we encounter here or what. It's a South American, Central America type thing.
Sweet. I'm gonna totally check that out.
All right. So I'm gonna let you go, and I gotta get Miss Nancy going.
Sounds good.
All right.
Tell
you take
Nancy
care.
hello. I'll come on the show one of these days.
All right. I'll
once
tell her.
I'm not so busy.
All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. That was Jack Carey, and I'm getting VIXEN'S vault set up here right now. I'm a little bit behind compared to normal on that, but I just wanted to make sure that she had enough time to get everybody together. Let's get them in the room. David can't be any.
Ooh, Are we having fun with teams tonight? Because
Oh, no.
that was an interesting connect.
That was good. You connected right away.
No, not on my side. I didn't. It took a minute or two.
Okay, I'm trying to get David in, and I'm also trying to get Vicky in.
She's waiting. Raphael's in the wings too.
Yeah, I did try to call him just a second ago. Where'd Raph go? Raph. Oh, it's still trying to call him. Okay.
Yep, give him a moment because I had to remind him that I was like, are you looking at the time? He's like, what? I was like, it's Wednesday. He was like, oh crap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me get OBS switched over to your show, and we will be good to go.
Nancy, hello, Roger and Mark and
hey, how's it going?
Good evening, Mr. Campione. Good evening.
Sorry. I don't know if I'm going to make it. I'm really tired.
It's all right. It's all right. Do what you can.
I was trying to get that blood moon the other day, and I got up at 3 a.m. and I worked pushing logs today, and I'm exhausted. But anyway.
Did you see my photo of it?
No, it was fogged in. We were fogged in and cloudy skies. So anybody else see it?
It was beautiful. It was, oh my God, it was brilliant. And tonight we have a harvest moon coming up, and it is gorgeous.
Oh, man, I missed it.
I'm trying to get Mark and Rath in here with us, and
I'm telling you, Teams is having an issue, Mark, because it took me a minute to connect, and that doesn't ever happen with me.
Yeah.
No problem.
I think, what was it?
Yeah,
cloud. That cloud thing is affecting everything again. I had some problems with a couple platforms doing the music show in between.
Amazon.
So you got 30 seconds.
I was going to say Amazon web servers went down again today. T-Mobile was down for a while yesterday and today.
Oh.
So there's been a bunch of issues going on. I would say that it looks like, again, penetration stings, but it is what it is. Yep.
Terrorist, huh?
It's either white hat or black hat, but it's not a bunch of independents. We'll put it that way.
All right. Once I get you up and on the air, there's Raph. Welcome in, Raph. We missing someone?
Hey, guys.
There he is, Mark.
There's Mark Edworthy.
Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Your countdown is right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Nancy, you are live and on the radio side for the very first time tonight, right now.
And welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. As promised, we have returned 1 week later. Gasp! Really gasp. Not really. All right, guys, welcome to the Vault. It has been a very, very, again, it's like every week I'm saying it. It has been a very interesting week, and it's kind of cool because it follows along with a lot of my UFOlogy stuff and a lot of stuff going on. I mean, people are starting to pay attention, which I find very, 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 I guess you could say, relieving, because it's been years that only a few of us have really paid attention. And everybody else just kind of went on their way and did their thing. Why? Because that's life. Y'all are busy. I think they purposefully keep everybody in chaos, so you don't have a lot of time to stop and really look at things. But people are actually starting to be interested and connect to things. They have knowledge now that they've never had before. And I just, like I said, I find it very, very interesting. Now, one of the things I saw today that really, I was like, whoa, my head literally jerked back because I went, what am I looking at right now? That is one of the most unusual things I've seen in a long time. And it was something I put together, like, pretty much automatically with a bunch of other information. But what was posted or what was said was that basically that the U.S. military overseas and in the Middle East are basically preparing their troops in a very interesting way. Apparently, they're going biblical. And they're saying that, there's been scuttlebutt that, of the return of Christ. And it's just very strange, the information that's being disseminated to our troops overseas. And of course, you know the way I work. You guys, you figured me out at this point. My brain goes click, click, boom. And I'm like, oh Lord, they're really they're setting up the troops for a blue beam even. Or they're setting up the public again by releasing a statement like this. It may be true, it may be untrue, but it is definitely a prelude. There is no reason for something like that to be made public at all unless you have some kind of an agenda behind it that you need to follow and sync to that announcement. Okay, so we've had, and again, it makes me think, what have we had, what other things have happened recently? Well, we had Ecuador, where basically the public at large was made aware of technology that I've known about for decades. In fact, Vicky and I, Vicky Vass on the show, we first became friends because of this technology. Do you remember that, Vicky? Is she there? Hello?
She's muted.
She's muted. Vicky, unmute.
Okay.
Unmute.
Yes.
There she is.
Euler.
Okay, so
Euler.
when Fry. Yeah. So literally, Vicky and I became acquainted because she was looking for information about. I think it wasn't.
Yes.
You didn't know what it was called, but it was EMF. And
It was
and
my
you
friend
had a.
who was.
Yep. Go ahead.
He was having what he thought was Havana syndrome, this terrible headaches, and I asked you about it, and you told me what he could do to stop that or those headaches coming from what he thought was 5G, but yeah.
Yep. Well, it could have been 5G because 5G does carry a lot of those frequencies in it.
Uh-huh.
But it could have also been, and I said that to you, I think I sent you the information on V2K, Voice to Skull.
Right.
And I think I gave you Les EMF's website where he could order like hats and stuff to try to protect his brain.
Yep, that's what I gave him.
And
Yep.
I remember laughing because I was like, this is truly the tinfoil hat website. I remember laughing over that because that is really what it is.
And we're loyal to the foil.
Yeah,
It
but
worked.
But I remember because I was in the paranormal for so long, and EMF is something that we deal with in the paranormal on a regular basis to either rule things out or rule things in. But you have to know what EMF is. You have to know what natural EMF is and what man-created EMF is, and what the symptoms of it are, what it's capable of doing, what it does to your anatomy. In fact, a lot of times when you have a list of questions on an investigation, one of the first things you ask your people is, hey, do you sleep with like a computer or a cell phone next to your bed? Is your router in your bedroom? Do you have, I mean, we go through a checklist of things that you do not want anywhere close to your head, especially when you're sleeping. And a question is always, why not? Well, because one, you're going to get roaring headaches. Two, it can actually create a huge disruption in your sleep. And three, it literally changes your brain waves. But it can cause anxiety. It can cause high blood pressure. It can cause all of these things. Well, wait a minute. Why don't they tell us that? Like when we buy it, why don't they say, don't put this near your head? And I was like, well, because nobody's going to buy it if they think it's dangerous. I mean, but it's kind of common sense.
No, because this is still these are ongoing studies.
No, Mark, EMF has long been, they have known for decades.
Phone, 4G, 5G is an ongoing study. Bluetooth.
Yes, but 4G, 5G is
ongoing.
But it's a form of electromagnetic frequency.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And they don't tell you that. And it's like, even with, like I said, even with paranormal investigators, you forget I've been doing it since the 1990s. So we're talking when you said that to like somebody who is educated in science, they would laugh at you. Oh, that's not true. Oh, yeah, it is. It's very true because we can tell, because the Arctic, the EMFs are higher up there, and so are the ELFs. And those affect the populations up there. So,
also,
I mean,
you could argue that about TVs or radios.
Yes.
Do you have a bedside clock radio?
That's another one. In fact, one of the things I would also ask people is, Are you on a more modern bedding? Is it a platform bed, or are you still using? Do you have a bed with the metal rails? The underside is metal, because
Springs.
that actually conducts those frequencies while you're sleeping. So if you have a spring bed, you may actually want to think about replacing it if you've got electronics in your room. So
just because you've got a phone doesn't necessarily mean that you is receiving external radio frequencies at the present time. I mean, this aeroplane mode sort of concept.
No, that doesn't work. That's another. You need to look into that, Mark. You can turn the phone off. The phone can be completely shut off and still be sending and receiving quite a bit.
Yeah, you'd have to put it in a Faraday cage.
You have to put it in a Faraday cage. Yep. That's the only way to stop it.
Yeah, but what sort of strength is it receiving? I think that's the more important issue. Yeah.
Quite strong. And again, Bluetooth is another thing. Oh, and Ralphie will verify this. I will not put like earbuds and stuff that are Bluetooth.
Yeah.
I won't put them in my ears.
I won't. Because you're really frying your brain then.
And I'm super sensitive to EMF.
Yeah.
So I will, and when I talk, what Vicky will tell you, because I talk to Vic on the phone all the time, I am on speakerphone. I will not put any kind of wireless technology in my ears up near my brain. Now, when I do the show, I'm on a hardwired headset that goes into my equipment. It does not. I will not do the wireless. I won't. And it's like, it gives me a headache. I always say that. It always made me feel weird. It gave me a headache. So I just didn't do it.
And that's not something people tell you either.
Yep.
Or the people that sell it.
I wear a Bluetooth headset quite a lot, actually. So, and I have suffered from migraines in the past, and I do occasionally, but that's more down. I put that down to more of my lifestyle, sitting in front of monitors all day.
I was just going to say, it's probably you're into computers, so it's probably eye strain. Yeah. Do you know when I was in college, we actually had a course on how to prevent eye strain? We had to take an entire course on that to try to prevent people from burning out and causing eye strain, because it's a huge hindrance in our field. Well, so it's like, yeah.
And when kids play video games, when they first came out and they're playing them for hours and their eyes get all red.
Oh God.
You have to make them, okay, no, you can't play for 8 hours straight. Sorry.
And also, we were talking about different technologies. I mean, when we were playing video games back in the 80s and 90s, we were all using CRTs.
Yep.
Rather than
correct.
Flat panel. So.
Correct. And it was funny because I always remind people too, even with EMF, I always kind of go back to the fact that, listen, it may end up being worse, but currently it's not as bad as when they were doing microwave frequency for radio. Okay, because they had cancer clusters everywhere, and they kept denying that that's what was causing it, and it was that. And somebody's feeding back. I can hear it. I don't know who, but somebody's feeding back. Okay, there we go. Stop.
Not me.
I don't know. I don't think it was you, but somebody was. All right. So basically, my point I was making was that when I saw that blurb about the military, the United States military that is over in the Middle East, being talked to about, biblical events that might occur or that might be coming or that they say are coming. And then I put that together with the real outing of frequency technology. Like Venezuela, people were shocked that, we had a weapon that used a frequency that actually disabled men, brought them to their knees, had them bleeding from their ear, nose, and mouth. And where did that come from? And I'm thinking, oh, that was nothing. That was a toy. That was just look, shock. Here you go. Because we actually have technology that can make people think certain things. I mean, it's a Manchurian candidate type of technology that can zoom in, target on somebody's particular frequency in their brain and plant thoughts. And again, you can believe me or not believe me, but it's been proven true over and over. And now they're starting to make to certain serial killings where that technology may have been deployed.
Just one point.
Go ahead.
This may not be so clear in the US, but in the rest of the civilized world, there are regulations in relation to such things. And,
say that again.
There are, well, I believe that there are regulations for such things.
Gotcha. Well, I can tell you, here's the thing. One thing you learn over time is that anything that makes a profit, they're going to lie their asses off about anything that could possibly go wrong. And like I said, like we were guaranteed over here, we've been guaranteed over and over again that 5G technology is not dangerous, 4G technology is not dangerous, 3G technology is not dangerous. 2G, even though it is, you can actually get it still here and there, but yeah, not dangerous. Okay. Told, how many times have we been told that? And yet here during the Trump
even though that as I stated, the studies are still ongoing.
But here's the thing, and this is the fun part. They're telling you all this, but if you remember during the first Trump administration, he stopped. There was a contract with China to put up a bunch of 5G towers here in the States. Trump stopped that contract because in his statement, he said there were dangerous technologies attached to those 5G towers. He stopped the contract.
Wasn't he referring to things like Huawei, and
Huawei,
TCP,
Huawei.
Oh,
It was,
yeah,
which is Korean, but it was not. I mean, it's kind of like I always go back to. I was like, nothing is really in technology and many things. It's not what you think. I was like, when we talk about like cars, American cars, and I always kind of. I don't know. I'm a prepper, but I'm not a prepper. Rafa's more of a prepper than I am, but I do kind of have a brain. And we always say, what if an EMP went off? You'd have no cars. You would have to literally to get around. You'd have to roller skate, bike ride, or get a horse. You would not be able to. It would be you're not going to be able to use cars because an EMP would shut down all these cars. And people say, well, only below these models. Only the modern cars that carry the microchips. And I'm like, yeah, you're not really up on mechanics, are you? Because literally China has been installing microchips in our engines, whether it's American made or not, does not matter, since 1976. So they have they could flip a switch and shut off like 3/4 of our technology if they wanted to, because that is how embedded they are. And yeah, they sell through the Koreas. South Korea too, guys. South Korea, that friendly thing. Yeah, they're our friend. They're our friend. Yeah, they're our friend when they're making money off of us. It's kind of like everybody else. If they can profit off us, they're our best buddy. But in the interim, they're also doing deals with everybody else. And I think what got me into looking into that was actually my friend Matt that I talked about last week, Matt Moniz. And he was like, because I was asking him, how the hell do we have stem cell technology? We have all these things, and we have CRISPR in vaccines since 2012. How could that happen when these things were banned? How could that happen? And I'm not talking the 2016 ban. I'm talking they have been banned. I mean, stem cells being like number one thing. And I think my exact question is, how are there stem cells in beauty products?
I can tell
How
you
is that possible?
I can tell you main reason. Toothless regulatory bodies in the US.
No. He said we were white labeling for China. He literally said these companies are having China produce them because it's legal there, and then they're white labeling it over here. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Regulatory bodies meant to be independent, or meant to be independent. So,
well, they don't have the regulation that we have. I mean,
but again, like I said, stem cells, huge no-no. Even though they've been proven to be effective, medically speaking, it was only recently. In fact, you cannot medically in the United States have your own stem cells used in a surgery. You have to go to like Mexico to get that done. Here, you have to use their produced stem cells in the States. So, in other words, it doesn't necessarily mean it's a donor. It could be actually created in a lab. Those stem cells you're allowed to use, but you cannot use your own. Never made sense to me. And that's just recent, just being able to get the stem cell surgery. That, Rafi, when did they start that? 2019? Where they legalized that? 2018, 2019?
I had
It's
a friend who
recent.
just had it for her hip. You know,
Yep.
they put in her own stem cells to help with the pain, you know, inflammation. Mhm.
Yep. And they say it is effective.
Yep, she is not having pain. And she had a hip replacement, so, you know, but
My thing is,
yeah.
though, the fact that there was a ban on using your own stem cells, that made no sense to me because it is so much more dangerous to have a donor stem cells put in you or God help us, manufactured stem cells put in you
Mhm.
than it is to use your own. Nothing is more native to your body than your own.
Yeah, you
It's
shouldn't
just
have
about-
rejection problems,
Yeah.
you know.
If it's a ban, then there's a reason for that ban. Have you discovered what the reason was? Or what the stated reason was?
I'm gonna say, because again, I am very much a pessimist when it comes to big business and medical, especially the medical industry. And my thought process is they did it because they needed redundancy. They wouldn't allow for your stem cells because that would probably work immediately and be effective and last a lot longer. If you're using foreign donor stem cells or you're using stem cells that are manufactured, that's going to have a greater rate of failure. That causes
And-
redundancy.
And rejection problems.
Yep. Which means the process will occur over and they'll make money on the surgery every time. See, they cannot do anything that actually heals us or cures us. Even, you know, like with cancer, with chemotherapy. Yeah, okay,
that
chemotherapy is
kills
going to
you.
kill the cells temporarily, but it's a flippin' poison, and it's going to cause a lot more problems down the line and eventually kill you anyway.
Isn't it Agent Orange or something?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, and that's special. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, there's nothing else. We can't do anything else. Really? Because now they're proving that ivermectin actually kills cancer cells.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Amazing.
that's
Mhm.
slightly a problem. And it's what it was actually when they were trying to tell everybody it was a veterinary drug, but it was like, what, 10 cents a pill at that time? Now ivermectin's expensive again.
Well, I
pulled
became
up
a
why
nurse
I
in
pulled up
80s.
what's illegal in the U.S. If you guys want to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've gone through the regulatory steps.
Okay, so
It
it
hasn't been what the FDA, I presume, in this case. It
says
hasn't been proved.
using your own autologous stem cells is not entirely illegal in the U.S. Its legality depends on on how the cells are processed and their intended use. The Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, strictly regulates these products to ensure safety and effectiveness, meaning most unapproved therapies are illegal to market for general use. Legal regulations use stem cell therapies are legal when they fall into one of two categories: FDA approved products and minimally manipulated exception. That's stem cells that are minimally manipulated and intend for the homologous use, performing their own original function in a new location.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that's so much bullshit.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Well,
It's bullshit. I mean, think about it.
Well-
It's kind of like the FDA says that vaccines can only be approved if they're effective and this and that, and then we find out 30 years later that they never did the tests on them. I mean, it's like
Again,
that's pretty funny.
I've
that
pointed
they
out
say, "Oh,
many
it's not safe.
times now.
We could take you even
Especially when it comes to the FDA, some of the actions have been questionable, and let's say there are several allegations about corruption.
Yeah, because
Well,
it's
you think?
privately owned. It's privately
Yeah,
owned. It is
alligator.
not. It says
I was going to
federally.
say,
It's federal. It's privately owned.
it's a joke at this point. Granted, I will say again, we're not the most educated country in the world sometimes because while our population has the advantage of education, they refuse to look at the captain obvious things, which are like, the government. Half the things that claim to be government are not government. They're private entities.
Yeah, and that or CDC, private.
Oh
entity.
God, the
And
IRS.
What is their biggest job? Producing vaccines. Really?
Yeah,
Come on.
it's really crazy. It's like, it's all about profit. It's all about profit. And it's like, it's really scary that people are not more aware. But with that, I'm going to take us out to our first break.
Bait and switch.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it literally got coined because of the government. So yeah, it is bait and switch. You're right. But I am going to take us out to our first break, guys. This site's like really rolling right now. We will be back in just a few moments with more of the Vixen's Fault. Hang in there.
All right, we're on radio break.
Somebody was starting to say something as I went to go into radio break. Who was that? No, what were you going to say?
I was just going to go back to your profit thing, and I was just going to make a quip about the American dream.
Oh God, dude!
Oh, we got
Wobbly
in the kick chat tonight. Look out!
Hey, Wobbly.
Be careful.
But yeah, it's to the point now. But I'm happy because I'm seeing some of this stuff, be circulated. And again, it's crazy because it's the left pushing the circulation. But it's like, who saw that coming? Nobody.
Wobbly says, hi all. Or hey all.
Hello.
But,
what
they
about
are...
Kofifi?
Oh, Kofi.
No, seriously, everybody thought that. But that is what, with also the Hawaii, whatever that regulation, where they weren't going to buy anything that transmitted from China. Because, then they could do whatever. And even if you look on the 5G or on your phone, 5G, there's nothing there. There's nothing. So, but that let's see, it's cobalt, V, and then iron, and those things.
Fe is iron. Yep.
Yeah, those two Fe plus. Yep. And then the V is what? I can't remember what the V was.
I think, okay, so I think what they were... Yes.
I was just going to say, it's worth remembering that your phone may be able to receive fifth generation GSM signals. Doesn't mean your area has got fifth generation. I thought
internet
the US is much like the UK in this scenario. There isn't a fully 5G hasn't been fully rolled out yet.
It took 2.5 years to convince him of that because he wouldn't listen to me when I said it originally.
Well, no, I've been making the argument for some time.
Well, the internet provider, we had that conversation on IP about IPNs with the Tech Talk. Like you can build the greatest computer that you ever imagined, man. But if that internet provider sucks, it doesn't matter. None of it.
Yeah, in fact, didn't I make that argument in the episode that we did? I did on 5G.
I think here's my thought on it. Again, I trust nothing with them when it comes to the dangers they're willing to put the public in at all. I trust nothing. Because when phones first came out, when cell phones first came out, it was supposed to be this completely safe, you didn't have a second thought as to the safety of holding this thing up to your head because you use a house phone all the time. You never would have thought of the harm that could be done. If they're doing...
I always loved it when the CB signals would come over the telephone on the wireless.
Oh, God, yeah. Yep.
Breaker.
Okay, you know what's weird? The last, 2 weeks, I'll be on a phone call.
30
and
seconds.
I swear to God, I'm hearing the echo of somebody else's phone call while I'm talking.
Yeah.
It's a ghost.
No.
Yeah.
That's
No,
Gary.
no.
That's Gary.
Gary, that's Gary, yeah.
Gary's listening
Gary's
in.
watching you.
Yeah, and so is Jesus.
Jesus.
Oh no! Oh no!
Anyway,
Yeah.
here's your
boy.
countdown. 5, 4, 3,
Lucy up some
2, 1. And Nancy, you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Okay, and we're back, March 4th, 2026. It is 9:28 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'd like to welcome everybody back to the show and just remind everybody we are in Lent. And I'm saying that because my end of my break was all about Jesus somehow. I don't know how that happened. But, yeah. And everybody, of course, started giggling and talking at the same time as we're going back on air. Welcome back to the show, everybody. And like I said, there's a lot of really cool things going on this week. And it has nothing really, I'm not even really kind of bringing up the war going on overseas. Or it's actually not a war. If you want to believe Mike Johnson, the Speaker of our House,
Right.
goes public today and says, we're not at war. And I'm thinking, what?
No, it says he's stopping it. He's stopping the war.
Well, I think it's kind of funny because I thought actually, if technically he's right, because we are not. It's Israel that's actually doing the bombing in Iran. It's not us, and we are just kind of flying sorties and making sure everything stays safe. And if things are going on, it's actually more naval what we're doing. But
you sank their ships.
Yeah, air defense.
Yep.
Mainly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, technically speaking, he is correct. This is not even a conflict because we're kind of a proxy presence over there. But
So
on the
it's
other side of
Germany
that,
going fine. Yeah.
yes, it's a proxy presence. But it is interesting all the different things that are again coming forward. Like I've been Tucker Carlson's been putting out some incredible stuff lately. Really well thought, really well written, and when you watch his videos, really well stated. And he was making points today about, Israel being really kind of stupid. That this was not something that was thought through. This was really stupid. This was a bad move on their part, and it was stupid. Because it was showing how basically this was a no-win for them, and that Bibi was going to lose more than he gained from it.
Yeah. And it worked great.
I thought it was so funny because it's been something I've been saying all along, and also kind of saying I think this was allowed to happen because it is the only way to do things.
Yeah.
If you're going to if somebody needs to be put in check or somebody needs to be taken out as leader, yep, you let them do it themselves, and you just kind of stand back and say, "Oh, I'm proxy."
I have been in two minds about this conflict. I can see, I would like to see finished by internally, probably by a queue internally, but I can also see the sense sort of the US, Germany, and France entering the conflict.
Okay, but let me point something out with the internally. I'm assuming you're talking about the Iranian public overthrowing them from the okay. You have to understand what I said this on the show multiple times over time, where I said the problem with that is that the Mossad is in league with Iran.
Right.
And you can believe me or not believe me, but it is now proving true. Because guess what happened in the last couple of days? Saudi Arabia and Qatar captured several Mossad agents planting bombs.
Yep.
So, again, I've been trying to tell people, you are trusting everything Israel says about everything when they are playing the Hegelian dialectic so hard, it's not funny. And they've been doing it for a while.
Yep.
It's there's been attacks on Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia and Egypt, as far as I'm aware of the last couple of days.
Yeah,
but what again?
They're not returning fire. They're not.
No, they're not.
No.
Yeah.
No,
and that's huge.
That should tell you something, Mark. There's more going on here than you understand. It's a show. This is a plan. You're seeing a trap. And it's just, I don't understand how nobody else sees it. Because again, when I told you guys when the Abrahamic Accords, when the Arab countries recently jumped on because Trump got them to jump into the Abrahamic Accords. Everybody said, "Oh, what a betrayal! Trump betrayed, the Middle East. He sucks Jewish." But I mean, all these things were said that were horrible, and I was like, no, because here's the thing: with them in the Abrahamic Accord, that gives them the power to regulate the ceasefires. That gives them the power to regulate the terrorist actions that are going there with Israel. So if it's not like with Gaza, a lot of times every time the ceasefire was violated, Israel will say
IRGC's claims that they've got sufficient material to create 5 nuclear warheads.
Well, that's another fun fact, because Ted Cruz over the weekend went public, and you got to understand, he sits on our Security Council. He goes public and makes a statement that, there's no real definitive proof that they're even close.
It's a claim, yeah. As far as I am aware, it's a claim.
It's kind of like the weapons of mass destruction that Bush said we had.
So
kind of like, if they're saying it, it's not
Oh,
true.
Bibi Netanyahu's been claiming they're months away from a nuke for 30 years. That's got to take all of that with a grain of salt.
Claimed this multiple times before. I seem to remember back in maybe 98. 88, 89.
Yep,
maybe.
And it was kind of like
That's all BS.
Here's the thing, Mark. It's been played so many times. If you can't see that pattern, I don't even know what to tell you, because it has been played over and over, and because it's Israel, and nobody can say a word. In fact, countries are making laws that you cannot disagree with Israel. That is considered as anti-Semitic to disagree with them.
You know why I haven't said nothing?
Can't say anything.
Why?
Because I won this argument months ago. I don't have to say nothing.
But you know what it is, Roger? I'm happy to see it manifesting where people, again, they captured Mossad agents planting bombs. Why did that happen? Well, because Saudi and Qatar signed on to the frickin' Abrahamic Accords, and they're able to police their own thing. So now it's not going to be what Israel tells them it's going to be. It's going to be the truth.
Well, it comes down to this.
I mean, all the Iranian airstrikes,
Go ahead.
But all the Iranian airstrikes were directed at U.S. bases. And that's what Iran has specifically tried to definitively state to every one of their neighbors. We're not after you. We're after the Americans that are supporting the Israelis. And as long as you stay out of it, we have no problems with you. That's the reason why Mossad tried to create false flag attacks on the petroleum production for Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
It's
trying to suck in the Abraham Accord signees.
It's also worth remembering that ever since 1979, the supporters of the IRGC have been claiming things like "death to America," "death to Israel."
That's an old slogan. I mean, it's like, I can't even remember hearing the last time they've actually said that on television, Mark. It's like you guys said that in chat, and I'm like, dude, come on, like this is 2025.
It's not just that. It's not just
people
that.
People are freely traveling in and out of Iran, and most people who say that don't even realize, like, Iran has never turned the United States citizens away from going into their country.
Yeah.
Nope.
You can find plenty of YouTube channels that have their YouTubers that are traveling through Iran to show that nothing has been reported by our mainstream media.
Yep. And it's funny because my dad back in the 80s and 90s trained both Iranian and Egyptian pilots. So, I mean, this is long term, and it's like I said, nothing is what you think it is, because there's propaganda and then there's the truth. And it's been propaganda for so long now because they need. All right, I'm getting feedback.
Yeah, I'm hearing.
It's been so long with the propaganda that the people, unless you really start paying attention, you are not understanding that if they don't have perpetual war, they're not making money. They're not making money unless there's perpetual war. And it's like the banks make money, the DOD makes money, the contractors make money, the black, the underworld makes money, trafficking makes money. I mean, the war creates more fountains of money than you could possibly understand. And human traffic is one of the biggest ones.
Yep.
And people don't understand. Pharmaceutical, another huge profit margin with war for big pharma. Huge. So again, it's perpetual money in their pockets, and they don't care about the losses. They don't care. But now there's too many of us because now, and we have technology that allows us to look up different things and double check it. We have real-time video that we can view. It says, wait, that's not what they're telling us on the news. Hold on. And Ralphie and I experienced that with January 6th. 100% what you guys were seeing on the news of January 6th is not what happened. Why? How do we know that? We were there.
Yeah.
We saw the way that played out. I mean, the even to the point where I told you I got completely deplatformed from Twitter for recording them boarding up the windows near the White House, because our hotel was right near the White House. Like, I walked out of the hotel that morning, 7 a.m. They're boarding the windows up the day after the protests to play the line that, this was how, if this was, they busted everything up. Do you know Washington, D.C. was so clean when the January 6th people, when J6ers left, because conservatives tend to clean behind themselves.
Uh-huh.
Rafi, like, it was cleaner than when we got there. Rafi will tell you that too, because it was embarrassing. I was humiliated by our national capital. It stank of urine. It was filthy, and I thought, oh my God, this is our nation's capital. This is horrific.
And then
That wouldn't be allowed in
filled
Japan.
the wrong things. They, they totally falsified, or they say, whatever it was, and it, you could say that, okay, yeah, those are FBI agents or some agents, obviously, or people faking being MAGA or whatever, and it's just like they wars. I mean, Go ahead, Ralphie. I was just going to say, Ralphie, I'm going to let him talk, because as somebody who served our government in multiple capacities, his observations that day, yeah, you need to listen to him. Go ahead.
From my viewpoint, it's been not just upsetting, but I don't know. It's turned my world upside down to know that the government, our government, is the most dishonest. I think it's one of the most corrupt and dishonest governments on the planet. I mean, the things that they tell us are so far divergent from the truth that they basically can say pretty much anything, and we're so unfortunately under their spell that we don't even question. We barely even question. I don't know how many people I've gotten arguments online about, because they want to say that Iran is evil and this, that, whatever, but they're cherry picking events to justify their positions, like the Beirut bombing or the Marine barracks bombing. I'm sorry, and even that we're finding plenty of evidence that it was for the same juicies that did the King David Hotel bombing. It was a false flag. They've constantly done things over and over. It was the USS Liberty, 9/11, Kennedy assassination. They've constantly done stuff that to try to draw us into their conquest of the Middle East for the Greater Israel Project, and even us. I mean, we've done many horrific things. In part of it is to maintain the petrodollar status, but that's just another symptom of an illness from the juicies. Who controls the banking system?
Yep.
Who controls the banking system? The Rothschilds and the rest of the banking families. But they're the originators. All banks eventually lead to Israel, to the juicies. And there's
Zionists.
Just
Yeah,
one
the
point on this.
Zionists.
Remember that OPEC is there's a large control from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
and you have to remember that the Saudis actually he gutted his own royal family in 2016 after meeting with Donald Trump. So again, we saw a switch in power in Saudi, and people do not. And guess what? The current prince of Saudi Arabia, not a fan of the Zionists at
And
all.
not a fan of
Yeah.
sex trafficking either, which is what the
Yep.
other Saudi group
But-
was doing. And that's why they got bumped off.
But I wanted to make a point about Iran, and because I think this is lost on a lot of people when I say about the cherry picking the timeline. You know, as we drew first blood when we overthrew Mossadegh with, you know, the CIA on behalf of MI6 and BP Oil. We overthrew Mossadegh, and he was a democratically elected president for Iran. But the thing is, though, we have this tendency, this desire to install dictators that follow our commands, that follow, basically implement whatever we rules and policies that we want. So they install the Shah. The Shah has his secret police, the Sabak, terrorizing people left and right. So for a decade or so, the people are dealing with that. Eventually, the Iranian Revolution comes around and they overthrow the Shah. Now, that's where everybody, their memory hole starts. They overthrew the Shah, and also then Khomeini's involved. Khomeini's in charge, or he's the supreme leader. But what they're not saying is that on the way out, the Shah of Iran cleaned out the national treasury of Iran and effectively left the nation of Iran broke, penniless. And that's the reason why it wasn't Khomeini that took the embassy. It was a bunch of pissed off university students. All right. And I found the interview. I can't remember the name of the reporter. He's one of these 60-minute reporters interviewing Khomeini. And he just kept circling around trying to ignore the fact that the university students were pissed off about the Shah taking the money. And they basically, their demand was that they wanted the United States to return the Shah and the money so that he could face justice. Okay, it didn't happen, obviously. So what happens? We fund and armed Iraq to wage war on Iran.
Yep.
All right. And in the process, we actually provided ISR support for chemical ballistic missiles to fire chemical weapons into Iran and kill people by the thousands, which is a war crime in and of itself. It's a WMD, and we were complicit in that. We got caught helping them out doing that. All right. So Iran has plenty of reasons not to trust us, to be on the defensive and everything else. And then post 9/11, Wesley Clark reveals on NPR, I think in 2007 the interview was, but he revealed that after 9/11, the Pentagon had rolled out a plan to invade 7 countries in 5 years. And Iran was at the end of that list. So what do we do right after 9/11? We invade Iraq, which had nothing to do with 9/11. So we're invading Iraq on their western front. We invaded Afghanistan on their eastern front. They're not stupid. They know what was happening. They're basically being enveloped so they can be hit on both sides by the United States and their allies. They were going to invade. They were going to invade Iran from both sides.
Was it for the?
And while Iran,
Well,
was it monetary to establish the petrodollar?
No, it had nothing to do with it. They want control of Iran. They want to destabilize Iran so that they can prop up Israel to be the regional superpower.
Yep.
That's what this is all about. Now that we've basically had them under sanctions, they had no choice but to sell oil to China, to strike a deal with China to sell oil and your gold back yuan. So yeah, that's hurting the petrodollar status. Absolutely. But we made this bed. We are lying in it.
Yeah.
And the
Well,
thing
the fun
is,
part
they're the people want to point out that they sent commandos into Iraq and Afghanistan to train them how to create IEDs. Of course they did. They used them as proxies to keep us from succeeding and enveloping them and then hitting them next.
Well,
So,
and again,
I mean, it's just
fun fact: if you don't understand what Rafi's saying or believe what Rafi's saying, ask yourself this, because I do this to people all the time. I say, who was responsible for 9/11? You know, if you were going to put blame, where were those people from? Do you know 95% of the people I ask that question of tell me Iran? And I'm like,
Really?
no, they were
They don't
the
say
bomb. The
Saudi
people.
Arabia was just also.
Nope, they do not. And it's like, no, they were not from Iran. No, yet they were. We think they were Muslim, but no, they were not from Iran. I mean, and the fact
And it
is
wasn't
that
them
they
at
weren't.
all. It was us.
Yeah, they weren't from Iraq, and they weren't from Afghanistan.
Just playing devil's advocate here, I would argue, I could make an argument. There was the neocons and the Great Blair project, but that's me playing devil's advocate.
absolutely. The United States helped. The United States and Mossad pulled off 9/11. Mossad wired up towers 1 and 2, and CIA wired up Building 7. Those were controlled demolitions disguised as collateral of 2 airplane strikes, which is pure BS.
Yeah.
And Dick Cheney was quarterbacking the whole thing. All right, this is the defining moment of my life. This is when I was in government. This was the defining moment of my life, and it changed everything. So yeah, I am pissed off because the nature of the government, our government, has changed dramatically. There's nothing constitutional about it. They don't care about the Constitution. They are going to do whatever they want. I'm trying to watch my tongue work. They're doing whatever the hell they want, and they're basically taunting us, saying, "What the are you going to do about it?" Not a damn thing.
Well,
we haven't seen anybody do shit about it.
In fairness, though, they're lying to the public. It's not like they are taunting. They're lying. Put it this way: they're taunting intelligent people who pay attention to politics, but most Americans don't. You know that, Rafi. Most Americans are worried about how they're going to put food on the table. You know, are their kids getting bullied in school? Are their kids going to get a transgender change? I mean, these are things that they're worried about. They're not looking at world politics. Like I said, most people had no clue we had acoustic weapons when we've had them for a while.
It's
They
not an
floored.
American phenomenon. That's not just an American phenomenon. You find that throughout all westernized countries.
But don't you think that there's a reason behind that, Mark? Don't you think if the Western populations were truly aware of the monsters that they have in their governments, do you really look at what happens historically when people get to that point where they are not going to take it anymore?
Revolution.
I mean, it's happened. Yeah, Caesar. It's happened to kings. It's happened to pretty much everybody. And if they don't get taken out by the population, they get taken out by one of their own.
Yeah.
Because when they're open about it, it's not tolerated.
Right.
So again, now we have a population that's suddenly waking up to the fact that, gee, there's a lot of missing kids. Holy crap. Wow, didn't know that. Gee, there's still a lot of slavery in this world. Well, who knew that? I mean, gee, wow, there's a lot of people dying for reasons that we can't really understand. Wow. You know, but poor Israel, you know, their poor people are dying left and right. Israel lost several thousand people on October 7th. Okay? They have wiped out over 70% of the Gazan population as a result.
Yeah,
Think
but
about that.
Yeah, but they were behind the attacks on October 7th.
But that's what I'm saying. And that's, I mean, it's insane.
But the argument there would be is that the Hamas has used human shields. They've put ammunition and arms stamps within.
Yeah, but Hamas and Hezbollah was made by the Israelis.
I was going to say, number one, Hamas was put in power by Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Number two.
I'm talking about now. I'm talking about 30 odd years ago. We were talking about this.
When you bomb a church, Mark, when you bomb a hospital or you bomb a church because there's Hezbollah or a Hamas person in that church. Okay, that is not using people as human shields. That is really, really, really negligent strategy.
Hey, if you
Okay.
bomb in a church, that could potentially, is believed to have arms in it, and is believed to have to be a storage depot.
Well, here's the thing. We do know that we're
really
also.
believe any of that, Mark? Are you really?
You
that
really
much of a
can't.
Terry?
No, I'm just making the arguments there.
I mean,
based upon what's the main.
I mean, and you have to look at the
it's something that
statistics.
they've repeatedly done, though. You see, that's the thing he's saying, Mark. Like it's since 1940s, 1950s, it's always been a hospital full of children that these people have bombed, and they said that it was because they were hiding weapons. They say it over and over again. They've been saying it for the last 80
those
years.
tunnels underneath that hospital.
That's
can't
just
remember
for trafficking.
but,
Yeah.
Well, of course they gotta have underground trafficking because they have to smuggle concrete in, they have to smuggle building materials in because Israel freaking restricts them from getting materials into the freaking West Bank and Gaza.
No,
All right, guys, hit the break. I got to take us out to break. We're at 9:54. Hang in there, folks. Sorry about that. I hate interrupting them when they're on a good roll, but I have got to take us out to break. We will be back. This is a long break, so it'll be about 5-10 minutes, but we will return with the Vixen's Vault in just a few.
All right, we're on radio break. Oh boy.
You need one of those.
Hey, did you hear that the Bears are leaving Chicago?
Yes, I knew about that a month ago. They got sold.
Yeah.
We were talking about
Brent Hamachek was on with John earlier, and he's like, "Yeah, good idea.
Well, I heard that
Let the Cubs go too."
I heard they're going to Indiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's just like right next door, for crying out loud.
But
Come
still,
on.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like, Chicago, you got too much crime anyway. So get your crap under control, and maybe we'll think about giving you another football team.
Brent was explaining all about how bad it is around Wrigley Stadium and Soldier Stadium, and that it's like. He goes, they just need to tear it down. He goes, Wrigley Stadium, he said, I would just love to see that turned into a dog park. I'm like, what?
Wow.
Oh, yeah. And he's from up around there, all right? So, yeah. Oh, and my book's on the way.
It's Hammond, Indiana, too. I
have good news, by the way, Nancy. I did receive a package from my sister yesterday.
You did.
Not everything that I needed, but most of the things that I asked for.
It's something.
Yep. I hope the rest will be on the way later. That's all I got to say.
Well, just if honey is working or sugar is working, continue using it.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever works.
Yeah.
Did you hear me, Mark?
What was that?
Tell what's his name? That they're going to Hammond, Indiana.
Hammond? Why not Gary?
Yeah. Well, because Arlington Heights has a Wolf Lake Arena.
Gary needs a stadium. I'm telling you, Gary. If Gary gets a stadium, he'll be too busy taking care of. We'll have to get like Bob or Joe to fill in for him. To monitor our shows and things like that. Come on. We don't. We want them to go to Gary.
I suppose putting them in like Zionsville, Indiana, would be just too obvious, don't you think?
Yeah.
I think that might be a bad call.
On Sundays, on the stream that me and Roger did with Nioki on Sunday, I was highlighting the private sector interests in relation to the Bears, and I was controlled by mainly just two families, and I was just making the argument that it's a private sector venture, so they can move it wherever they want to. They could move it to Mars for all they care.
Well, it's just because of Pritzker, really. Well, and not just that, but like the family wants to have an arena built up in Chicago that is tax free for the next 20 years, and
It was Mackenzie's being the majority shareholder, and Ryan's.
Well, we know that the owner, I mean, he died, what, 2 years ago? I think it's 2 years ago, somewhere around there. And it's been kind of a,
And that was part 1 of an hour 1 of the VIXEN'S Vault. I will bring up the second hour here in just a minute. I lost track of time. Watching chats and getting distracted. Yes, getting distracted. So let me bring them back up on the Teams call. Let's see here. Let's see if I can get everybody back up. 1, 2, 3. No, David's coming back in.
okay, that was sad because I was continually talking through
Yeah.
that. I didn't even realize we had disconnected.
That, yeah, I lost track of time. Blame me. All right?
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yep.
Ow, 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 oh, ow.
Let me flip us back over on OBS so that folks can see your smiling faces. There we go.
Did Mark like his song?
Oh,
I
man.
like the song, by the way.
I've been kicking out
liked
some
it.
cool stuff here lately. Some I probably
was
shouldn't
Roger
mention on,
Hansen's songs.
even now, but they'll play eventually. Oh, Roger, me, and David Hogg, and let's see here, Pixie have been making lots of music and that, and that's what's been playing on the platforms that have me playing the music stream. So come in and enjoy that along with some of my AI art.
Nice.
In the interim.
Did you guys see the picture of the SpaceX launch I dropped this morning?
Yeah, I'm probably going to take that too and add that into the slides.
Yeah, I tell you, that was
Because that
and
looks
people
really
always
cool.
think dude, every time it happens, they call it the jellyfish when that happens. And it is not uncommon with a it can be either a full moon or at sunrise. Those are usually the two occasions you see that. And it's always a specific, like, you have to have a pretty high humidity at ground level. But basically, it's just a combination of the refraction of light from the sunrise or from a really bright moon against the vapor trail of the shuttle as it's dispersing. But it makes this almost like a sun devil type deal. It is so cool looking. It really is.
Yeah, I just wonder why that never happens when I take off. Only roses.
Yeah, right.
Only roses in greenhouses 5 counties away die. Remember that?
Oh God, Mark. Did you ever recover from your fire?
Yes.
Oh God.
I had to pay for it, unfortunately.
Yeah. I kind of thought that was going to happen.
Yeah, but oh well. Anyways, we're coming up around 30 seconds now. Don't get quiet on us.
Are we already, dude? Have we been on break for 10 minutes already?
Yeah. We're
Wow.
going to be.
Wow.
Do you have to reset the
Actually,
session?
no. I'm sorry.
You forget.
Actually, we got a couple more minutes.
Yep, I thought so. I
Yeah,
think you kind of had
yeah.
us more on the fire. But
It
yeah.
wouldn't be. I could bring us back early, but
It's up to
that
you.
would-
You want to bring us back early? Bring us back early. I don't care.
nah, that's just gonna take in. Oh yeah.
I'm actually looking for some of the photos of that thing because some people got angles on it where it looked like it was on fire. It was so cool this morning. I gotta remember where I saw it.
This file's a little bit bigger than what I thought it would be. Sometimes the AI file stuff that I make doesn't give correct times.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when I put it in my broadcaster.
Is it maybe from the settings in the AI itself? Have you checked the
I don't
the
know.
settings
It
prompts?
may be picking up other songs and things like that in it that cut it down.
Interesting.
I don't know. It may be it's probably a coding thing, but anyways.
And you guys have got to forgive me tonight. I was saying to Raphael before we came on air, I am exhausted. You can probably hear it in my voice. And I'm having like hard time putting words together.
No.
I really I messed up my ankle something horrible this weekend. And it's caused lots of swelling.
Did you hear my?
No, I went to look for it. I looked and looked and looked. I'm like, where is this birthday song they keep talking about? I don't see it.
It's amazing too.
Okay. I'm going to give us 30 seconds, and then I'm going to be like, okay, 3, 2, 1, you're live, but not yet. But we're getting there.
I was wondering if it was like
Wobbly says it's a little late for meds now. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, and you're live.
Bad things it's done to you.
You're live.
And we're back, and Roger's still talking. Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. It is 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, March the 4th, 2026. And yes, on the break, Roger was asking me if I listened to my birthday song because tomorrow is my birthday. And apparently he produced a song, and I spent a very long time looking for that song, Roger. I still haven't found it. So I was wondering if it was like, the midget Viking.
No,
type
this
deal.
is cool.
And,
This is
yeah.
cool. The forces of the universe have sent out a message to you and apologized to you for all the horrible things it's done to you.
Really? Oh,
Yes.
that's interesting.
It's,
I'm wondering what
No,
horrible things
I
have
think
been
he
done to me.
confused Roger with me because I'm the one that made the Viking song about me and the Viking dwarf conquering everything, and time stands still.
I did one where it apologized for all of the things that happened with toasters and cell phones.
Oh, wow. So kind of like Ode to a Toaster, something along those lines.
And all of the horrible things that electricity has done to you all throughout your life.
God.
You mean the EMF?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was going to say frequency because actually electricity kind of keeps you alive because that's what powers your bloodstream and your heart. Just saying.
Whoa. Anyhow,
I think I'm gonna make a
it's-
song for her too.
And your brain.
Life
Oh,
of a
no.
flea stack.
Life of, how did I know? How did I know? Oh my God. I'm just not even going to say a word. Unbelievable. Happy birthday to me. Anyway, welcome back to the show, everybody. And Roger, I expect that song in my inbox.
I'll send it.
Yeah. Mhm. Everybody else has heard it but me. What?
He's laughing. Marcus just
It was
tickled.
good too. It was really good. I even made one
Hey.
for Vicky. It was
Yeah.
Roger. I just before we came on stream, I saw those that new communities MS Teams room you created.
Yeah, this is for the parody.
Screen.
Yeah, it's for the parody. All the stuff that me and Mark put together, I'm starting a parody show up called Stir the Fallout, and I'm starting it tomorrow. So we got 3 headlines that are going up, and it's all true.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It's all true in Roger's mind.
Yeah.
Is that
yeah,
right,
kind
Will?
of like the midget Vikings were real.
No, that was Mark.
It's true in my mind.
Is that the apology tour?
Okay, but you didn't spend all night trying to look it up historically to validate it. I did.
I didn't have
That
to.
was
I
me.
knew all about it from the beginning.
This is good though because like I've got only 3 headlines that I'm going to do, and it's the first one is about Destiny volatility is rising, and then fairy tales are requesting union representation. And
boy.
Then there's this unscheduled summer event that has sparked narrative debate. It's where this little Japanese girl it was on a hot or a warm summer night, took her clothes off to go swim, and along came an octopus and stole her clothes. And then a shark ate the octopus, and she said, "Oh no, what am I gonna do?"
Yeah,
now?
and he's got all that from songs that I've created.
Exactly.
And also spoofs from Paranormal Parodies, my original show that I started out with. Remember that, Nancy?
Oh boy.
Yeah, so that'll take you back.
All right. So David Campione, are you there with us, David? Is he here?
No, I think he had
No.
to he said he.
I think he had to go to bed. He had to
Because
go.
he was tired.
Yeah.
All right. So guys, look in the chat real quick because I put up 3 photos that were posted by locals of the Falcon 9 launch this morning.
Wow.
The second one reminds me of I don't know, seagulls.
Yeah. But these are like people that live around Raphael and I. And it just depended on where facing the horizon you were as to what view of it you got.
That's gorgeous.
Isn't that when I said it was? Yeah. I said to Raphael, I looked up and I was like, "What in the holy hell?" It took me a minute. And I was like, "Oh Lord, it's Falcon X!" But wow, look at that.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. It was kind of crazy, and it did freak people out because
blue beamy kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially the last one I posted. It almost looks like a ring of fire, and then like a jellyfish blob hanging off of it.
Yeah.
That is
That's
amazing.
true.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got that on the stream for you guys. So
That's beautiful.
And like I said, we live quite a distance from the Cape, but we see it very clearly when it launches. If it's a clear night or a clear morning, it's like you can't miss it.
Mm-hmm.
But
when you say a fair distance, roughly how many miles?
Rafi, how far are we from the Cape? Because we're what? We're 200 some odd miles from Orlando, and the Cape is about another half distance. Probably, I'd say 400 miles.
Wow.
Yep.
And that was from where you are. The people who were taking those. Wow.
Yep. That's from a local chat where I'm at. So literally, we were all posting photos, and some of us got it was at different points in time because as time moves on, the trail of course expands.
Uh-huh.
And so mine was towards this. It had launched. I think it had been up at 10 minutes already when I took my picture. And so that trail had expanded quite a bit. I think the one with the fire line, that was probably when it first launched and started making its way towards the horizon. That was that fire. So they were taken at different times. But it goes to show you that it is really kind of amazing. And people who are not familiar with the launches in Florida and have never seen that phenomenon before were freaking out. Oh, it's angels. It's God giving it. I mean, I can't tell you how many posts I saw. Look, it's angels talking to us from heaven. And it's like, yeah, no, that's the Space Edge contrail, man. That's that's not even a chemtrail. That is a straight up contrail. So it's kind of.
I looked it up.
It's 100 colors.
It's 152 miles.
Okay, so it's 60 some odd miles into Orlando. Oh, that's right, because it only takes us an hour if we go the back road.
152.
That's right.
Yeah. Miles.
Okay, that makes more sense. I think it's 400 to Key West. That's right. Okay, so it's like I said, that's a heck of a distance, and we see it. Like I said, you look up and you cannot miss when those rockets are going up, because it's like this beautiful bright red in the sky, just gorgeous, streaking across the sky. And when it was the shuttle, because I've been down here through all the space programs, my dad worked on the space program. I mean, the shuttle, it was much brighter because the shuttle was a larger, it had the dual rockets that were larger than the Falcon 9s. But they've been talking about SpaceX actually maybe relocating the spaceship over to the Cape, which that would be, I would actually drive over there to see that. If they did that, I would drive over there for the launch. I thought about going for Artemis because Artemis is the NASA ship that is supposed to launch. It was supposed to launch March 6th. They had to scrub it again. They have not announced another launch date. I am telling you right now, doesn't take a prophet to see this. It's probably going to be right around Easter. And I'm saying that for a reason. It fits a pattern. But, and then, yep, that's all I'm going to say. People hate it when I say that now because I get tired of explaining it over and over and over again. I'm like, it fits a pattern. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
But the Artemis 2 is supposedly supposed to, I think it was orbit the moon. I think that's their mission. But it's in a segue to us supposedly returning to the moon. And if you go by, I guess you could say, UFO mythology, I guess that's the best way to put it, we will probably never step foot on the moon again. And I know a lot of people don't believe we ever did in the first place. I actually think we did. Only because, again, my dad worked in these areas. And he's a really statistically logical person. And he will say it without even the slightest inflection. We absolutely did land on the moon. And even some of the older ufologists that I talk to, and I know quite a few of them, they will tell you, yeah, we did land on the moon. But the problem is what we saw on the moon. And it's one of the reasons we never returned to the moon. We were told to never return. And that is, again, this is not something I'm making up. This is something that is talked about in the UFO circles. But now it seems to only be talked about amongst the older people in the UFO. Like the younger people have their own different way of looking at things, handling things. They're more into the conspiracy. You know, it's all a hoax. That is more their way of doing things. But the older guys are like, no, we have photos from it. We know what they were trying to hide up there. There were structures on the moon. We know, in fact, what's his face? Oh my God, what was his name? I was supposed to interview him. He died right before I interviewed him.
John Glenn?
No, not John Glenn. It begins with an E.
Neil Armstrong?
No, doesn't begin with an E.
Buzz Aldrin?
No, none of the guys that were on that. He was an astronaut that went up after that, but he was very well known in, again, the UFO communities. And he always spoke about the fact that there was a lot of classified information. He did talk about the fact that he 100% endorsed the fact that there was life besides ours and would never get into the real Edgar Mitchell, there we go. Okay. Would never get into the real reasons why he said that, but he worked with UFO investigators very closely till his death. And he always did.
Say
that again.
If the US or Europe doesn't return to the moon, what's stopping China? I was going to say what's stopping India, but that's just a bit of a joke.
You bring up a good point, Mark. And what's to say China hasn't been back to the moon? We don't. Again, they lie to us about everything. Like they do not tell you that with China, we're not in a very good in the space race thing. Okay, when it comes to satellites, China actually has the upper hand over us, big time. Why? Yep. Because about 5 years ago, China put a satellite up on the other side of the moon, which puts that satellite behind our satellites, which means that satellite can actually disrupt our satellites big time. It was a strategic positioning. I think it was Tucker Carlson when he was still on Fox who actually did a report on it. And because he was horrified. And he was like, I don't know why nobody's talking about this, because this is bad. If you're looking at it as a strategical thing, this is bad. Because they now have the satellite that is the furthest out, and it's the furthest out that can disrupt the ones in front of it.
Am I correct in saying that the moon, the territories on the moon, are owned by multiple countries? It's recognized that the US owns a segment of the moon and China owns another segment. And other
Now,
countries
okay,
own.
that is something they would never confirm. Again, that is something they've always said the moon is kind of like the ocean. It's international water. That was always their claim, but yet the U.S. put their flags strink right in the middle of the moon when they landed on it. China, as so far as we know publicly, never landed on the moon. So to claim a territory would be kind of complicated. Yet we get these rumors that there's a very specific, not a chemical, but I think is it a gas or a mineral? I forget what, I think it begins with an R, but it's a very specific compound that is unique to the moon, and it's loaded with it.
Helium-3.
Yeah.
Helium-3, that's
Helium-3,
what it is.
yeah.
And that, again, in the ufology fields, they've been saying that it's been mined for years. They have been up there mining it, but it's something where things were planted when they were up there, and they've been mining from that. Now, again, I know.
Material being used for? What is this application?
I have no idea. I would think it has something to do with energy. If it's helium, I would think it has something to do with energy. But again, these are things that are talked about, but there's no way really to definitively prove it, because when people start coming out with actual public information, they disappear. The person disappears, or they get discredited to the point where, by the time they get things out, people disregard it because they've now been discredited. And again, it's the same MO. When there's something with a hint of truth to it, watch the actions that surround the person who's telling the truth. It was one of the reasons why Operation Bluebeam or Project Bluebeam, whatever you want to call it, Bluebeam interested me so much. It was like Phil Schneider. The information came out. He did his rounds. He did his public speaking, and he died very, very quickly after that. And there was always a lot of questions surrounding his death. Same thing with Phil Schneider. And Phil Schneider was the one who talked about the underground tunnel system and the fact that we had technology underground that could take you from one side of our country to the other in a matter of minutes. So again, whenever there's a truth to it, you can guarantee the person who's telling the truth is either going to die, disappear, commit suicide somehow, shoot themselves in the back of the head, that type of suicide.
Yeah.
Or, they're going to get discredited to the point where they can't do anything, completely blacklisted. So it's really horrifying to have to say this about my own government, because, some of this stuff could really so be used for the advantage of society. We have so many problems in society that could be absolutely handled, and the population wouldn't be an issue. And that's what gets me. This whole overpopulation situation, that's crap.
Yep.
That is crap. Why? Because 90% of the Earth's population lives on the seashores. Okay, yeah, you're going to get overpopulated when everybody's squishing into the same space. But I always tell my favorite example. If you think we're overpopulated, go take a drive through the state of Texas. I dare you. Because that is one big state. Or even Alaska. Go up to Alaska.
I was thinking Canada and Australia. Yeah.
Yeah. Because let me tell you something. You go through a whole lot of nothing but rattlesnakes when you're driving through Texas. Like nothing but rattlesnakes, cattle, maybe a tree here and there. People? No. In fact, I was laughing because the most comical thing I saw in Texas was like hours and hours and hours of nothing except cattle and once in a while a tree. And then I see an ice skating rink. And I'm like, what? I took a picture of it because I was like, why is there an ice skating rink off of I-10? And there's literally nothing. As far as the eye can see, there's no mountains to even block my view. Yeah.
Do they get customers? Do they?
I don't know. I couldn't figure out who puts an ice skating rink. What the heck? But then I thought out there, everything is so sparsely populated and so widely spread out that, people would probably drive an hour or two to get to an ice skating rink. So it's probably central to like little towns that are out there. But do not sit there and have the balls to tell me we are overpopulated. What?
When you were talking about strange deaths and stuff, especially with the scientific community, you remember Marconi GEC, where they had those 20 scientists who died under bizarre or suicidal actually circumstances. They had this one guy. Somehow he had taken a noose, put it on his neck, and was able to sit on the back of his convertible freaking front seat, and was able to hit the gas pedal and allow himself to hang from the tree while the car drove away.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the things they sell the public, and I got to tell you, if you really want to go on a rabbit hole chase on strange deaths, actually, I got to wait because got to take our last break of the night. I just looked up at the clock. All right, guys, I will continue this, though, when we come back from break. Hang in there. We'll return with the Vixen's Vault with our last segment in just a few minutes.
All right. Well, tonight you're really good on your breaks. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to be. I knew David was tired. When he said he was really tired at the top of the show, I was like, you know what, I'm going to keep an eye on the clock. Because I knew he was not 100% there.
Yeah, he wasn't feeling good.
I got to tell you guys, in fact, Ralphie and I did a show for Odyssey on this particular subject. Ralphie, do you remember doing it on the chiropractors that were dying?
No.
Rob,
we actually had Doc Weston in on that one. Yes.
Yep. Because
and
they
he's
were
a chiropractor.
dying. It was crazy. They were getting murdered. They were getting poisoned. And it was a ton of them. It wasn't like one or two.
Yeah.
You know that.
Chuck thought he was next.
Yes, I remember that.
They had a secret society, though. You know that, right?
Well, this had to do with actually, what was it? Was it B-17? It had something to do with the vitamins and the vaccinations.
Yep.
And they were just, anybody who had written a paper about it was getting picked off. And it was such a pattern. It was like, there's no way you can't see this.
Yeah, and all of them were students of G. Edward Griffin.
Yep. I remember that.
Elon Musk, his grandfather was a chiropractor, and that was something that I wanted to start out with on this year's for conspiracy. And we haven't gotten through all of it yet, but they were. We started.
Yeah.
He was a real big. He played a big part in Canada's autocracy movement that was taking place during World War II.
Nice.
And,
Wobbly goes a secret society of chiropractors.
Yeah.
There you go.
I gotta tell you though, Wobbly, the one thing I do have several friends that are chiropractors, and the one thing I will say about them, and Chuck Weston fits the bill perfectly. They're not taught like normal doctors are taught. They are the most conspiracy-minded group of people I have ever seen in my life. Like, as a whole, you find more conspiracy-minded people in the chiropractic field than you do anywhere else.
I don't know why. I really don't know why.
Because they're taught they're taught multiple
I'm being
methods
facetious, Nancy, all right?
Yeah. Yep, they don't stick to one style of medicine. They're not pharma. That's why.
Yeah.
They are not pharma. And they're not taught as pharma.
I ran into that accidentally because I found out about barbers. They were the original blood people. They were the ones that did the blood transfusions and stuff. Yeah. That's why they have that candy cane over the top of their doors.
It's kind of freaky. Just going to put that out there. Kind of freaky.
Did you hear that Ahmadinejad just came back? He was supposed to have been assassinated. Now he's he's
that
alive.
when I go to the barber, I ask him, I said, "Are the leeches fresh today?"
Actually, guys, what Vicky just said was actually kind of important.
Sorry.
Vicky, repeat that. No, it's okay. Repeat it, Vic.
Oh, Ahmadinejad, who was allegedly assassinated, was just, cited. You see a picture of him. And so he's back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say a quote that Vicky will know what I'm quoting. I'm going to say a quote. The alive are dead, and the dead are alive. And that's all I'm going to say.
All
It's just
right.
wondering the
You're
point of,
30
body
seconds,
proposal.
folks.
He said to watch where he goes from here.
Yep.
So,
All right,
Yeah.
and I'm going to actually screenshot something.
Yeah.
I heard that now. Did they confirm that that was actually him, though?
Mhm.
Yeah,
They had him on
It's him.
photos.
It's him.
That's kinda
Okay,
cool,
here's
'cause-
your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're back live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back, 10:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, March the 4th, 2026. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Hey, that was kind of sing-songy. So on the break, we had, we have the most interesting conversations on the break sometimes. But I was, discussing with them, one of the greatest rabbit holes I've ever been into when it came to people getting killed off are chiropractors. And I had done a show on it years ago, and we had interviewed a good friend of ours, good friend of the show, Dr. Charles Weston, who's a chiropractor, has a very successful business in the Carolinas. And literally, we were discussing how these chiropractors were basically discussing in their papers before they died about the incredible healing effects of B17 and the fact that they used to give you B17 shots in the 60s because they were so good for you. And then the FDA came through and banned them. And of course, Big Pharma put in replacements for B17. And I think you can still get B17 naturally, like through, I want to say apricots. There's different ways you can get it naturally in your system, but not something you really can get. You're not going to get a good form of it if you buy it like online or something like that, because they just don't produce it anymore. Why? Because it has a lot of healing power to it. It's got regenerative power to it. And
Is that true for Europe as well?
I don't know, because Europe is, but you guys, see, you all are wholly different from us in the way that, like, you have to get a prescription for vitamins and herbs. Here, you just go to the damn store.
Well, I can get vitamin C, vitamin D quite easily. Just walk down to the local drugstore and store, as you would say.
But what I'm saying is, like, I can go to Dollar General, which is it's like a crappy little line of stores, probably owned by the Chinese or the Indians, but they're everywhere, and get vitamins or herbs. In fact, I can find valerian root at Dollar General, and I would understand why they would require a prescription for valerian root, but to me, no. It's literally the only way you could overdose on that stuff. You really can't. It would make you throw up if you took too much, but you'd fall asleep before you got enough of it in your mouth. It is strong. I mean, Rafi actually uses it as a supplement to help him sleep because it is probably one of the most effective sleep aids out there, bar none.
And well, except for kava.
Well, right, but it doesn't have the side effects that the pharmaceuticals have.
Right.
So it's non-addictive. It doesn't give you the hangover feeling. It really puts you into they call it natural Xanax because it puts you into a very relaxed state, and off you go to sleep. But on top of that, I posted into the chat something that segues with the conversation of people dying, people disappearing, the space program, how people who made statements, something happened to them, they got nixed. And I actually posted today, follow the dots. It's like a bunny poop trail. And it says, what's happening to our space scientists? MIT plasma physicist murdered. Caltech astrophysicist murdered. Retired Air Force Major General associated to the U.S. programs vanishes. This all happened within a month. And I posted every single thing that I have posted and talked about it. the MIT plasma physicist scientist. You guys remember the Rhode Island college campus shooting?
Yeah. Yes.
The guy who did that took this guy out first. And you notice we haven't heard a word about that guy. Nothing. The press hasn't said a word. Nothing. What?
Okay, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here again and suggest that it could be just a coincidence.
That was not a coincidence. He knew the guy.
Yeah,
it went back historically.
He was a student.
No way. Nope.
He was a student.
Yep. And then last week was the Caltech astrophysicist, because I saw that as soon as that posted. I posted it on my Facebook because I was like, oh, yeah, here we go. Right away, I'm like, oh, yeah, there's something going on, and they're picking these people off. So either they know about the blue beam and they're going to go public, or they don't know about it, but they suspect.
Yeah, but you guys are way off. You know who the secret societies are behind all this? It's the same ones that are behind the chiropractors, like I was saying. It's the Theosophical Society and the freaking Rosicrucianists.
Yeah, actually, the Rosicrucianists, yes, you're right.
Well, see, the Theosophical Society is the one who got this new version of the Rosicrucianists up and going. So they're all connected. You see what I mean?
Aren't they all
on the
Rosicrucians?
The Rosicrucians went silent in Europe. And they went silent in the 1800s, and that said that they went off to like the Middle East, and that was the last they heard of them. Then they resurfaced here in the United States and California and Florida.
Yep, and actually they were in the Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people don't talk about. The Rosicrucianists were they were in Cuba, they were down in Barbados, and this is all during the time period they were supposed to be in the Far East.
Right.
They were absolutely here.
And the Scientologists are also the ones who finally exposed the counterparts that were going against the chiropractics. The chiropractics, they were called they were a secret society called the Quackery, and their sole purpose was to get rid of chiropractics. And the Scientologists were the ones who finally infiltrated them and exposed them for what they were doing. And that's why chiropractics were never able to be admitted into the American Medical Association.
I'm kind of happy they weren't, being very honest with you. Because I am not a personal fan of chiropractors. To me, like I said, when I got my accident, one of the first things a lawyer tells you to do is go see a chiropractor. And I thank God I was a little hesitant. I didn't know I had a brain injury yet because they didn't diagnose it at the hospital. It took my nose exploding with blood everywhere for me to go back to a hospital and get diagnosed. If they had tried to adjust my neck, which, by the way, they also didn't diagnose, and I had crushed discs in it, it would have ended very badly.
Very bad.
If you want to find out any information about those guys, learn about D.D. Palmer. He was one of the founders of the chiropractic practices in the 19th century. And he was affiliated with the Theosophical Society and a lot of other spiritualists.
Yep.
And
you know what?
Replaced the Lloyd's of London insurer of the Strait of Hormuz.
Trump did.
Yes, he did. Just saw that post. Yep.
Yep. And I keep saying to people, I'm telling you, the British Empire, not the British people, are a target. They're a target for Trump.
Remove them. Yeah. Well,
yep. It's and it's not got anything. It's not personal. It's got everything to do with the banking system.
And the election
1,000%.
Interference.
Yep.
And
the Russia, because freaking MI6 was butt deep into the whole reason why they tried to impeach him the first time, which was Russian collusion. That was Peter Steele, and it was a hot mess and a big lie, and it was endorsed by MI6. So, hey Vic, I can hear you.
I was explaining.
is the issue with Britain and Iran and Britain and Trump also mainly about Starmer and Baron Hermes?
No, I think it goes deeper than that, Mark. It goes a lot deeper. A lot of the people that I think Trump is after, you don't hear their names in the press. That's the thing. I mean, the Rothschilds are the best target to paint, but that's not necessarily who he's actually after. I think Prince Andrew was definitely a target.
Yeah.
I think the royal family, the British royal family in of itself is a target. I think that the banking system over there is a target.
That's for sure. Yeah.
It's, and
That's
again,
one of the biggest financial institutions in the world, if not the biggest financial.
Yeah.
Britain.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which would mean that what? Which would mean what, Mark? That would mean all these big, horrible bullshit events or propaganda were financed by who? Yeah. Think about it. So you can't destroy something unless you remove its ability to mobilize and be financed. So the first strike you got to do is take out the money.
Yep.
It is just it's a strategy that's as plain as the eyes on your face.
Yeah, because
if they don't have money,
you hobble them.
Yep, you have to.
But then again, I would argue anything to get rid of our current government. I mean, our current government, I will admit, I am embarrassed by. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, we're the same banking system, Mark. That's the thing. United States, I mean, we can sit here and point out Chase Bank, but they are all financed by what? You guys. So the fact is when Trump takes out your financial system, he's taking ours out with it.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
because
Israel.
Israel, that's it. Because
I mean, what is it? The Vatican City of London.
Oh God, the
and
Vatican.
DC.
Yep.
Those are the big three right there.
Yep. And that was funny because like a week ago, I saw an article about the Vatican basically resealing their vault because if they had allowed certain access to certain areas of the vault with permission, and now they're cutting that off completely. And I thought, because there is nothing left in the vault.
Yep, it's all gone.
It's all gone. And again,
election interference.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because people aren't. I think now people are starting to see the picture a little bit, but they don't understand it yet.
Right. They really don't.
You're not gonna understand it unless you know all the background on it. And it's like I kept telling you guys, I was seeing the pieces coming together, going, "Holy crap! This is going to be the most interesting tale to tell your grandchildren someday." How are we going to explain how this all went down someday? Because it is the biggest lie and production ever.
It's mind-blowing.
They had to lie bigger than the liars to catch the liars.
Yeah.
And it's just like
that messer
you just
became the messer.
Shake your head and you're like, oh my God. But there's so much evidence that shows you what they're actually doing. You just have to be able to see it. And if you're just listening to the noggins on the news and everybody who's making money from what's going on by either hating Trump or loving Trump, and I think it was you I said it to, Vicky, where I was like, Trump really doesn't give a shit what people think about him.
No,
that's what you got to understand. This man went to war. This man got arrested. He got all these things have happened to this man. Do you think he would have allowed that to happen if he really gave a shit what people think?
Well, what he thinks about the U.S. and America is much more important to him than what. Yeah,
it is a good thing. In one way, that's good. That he doesn't give a damn what people think.
Well, that's it, but it's to his advantage. Yeah. That's what you're not getting. It's a strategy. Because if people hate him, he is literally forcing his enemies to reveal all of their weaknesses.
Yep.
And it's them doing it.
It's brilliant.
It's like things Anons have said for 10 years now. We've been banging pans, going, hello, Israel's not good, hello. I mean, we've been doing it for 10 years, and yeah, some people listened, most people didn't, unless there was a trauma going on. Like COVID was a trauma. A lot of people started looking at Q. But now you're past the fact that because Q drops had already stopped at that point. But people were starting to read up on it. Why? Because they were bored and they were trapped in their homes. Again, are you seeing where I'm going with this? That's kind of a game plan, if you think about it. Because it revealed things. But now things are gelating and it's manifesting. You know, Q kept saying, it has to be this way.
Right.
Why would it have to be this way? It's the only way it could happen. Because Trump, there's such a hatred to him. It's so vitriolic. Okay, the public, if you either love him or you hate him. Okay, there's no in between. And the people who love him are always going to say, well, wait a minute. You know, he's a really good negotiator. He understands psychology. Well, let's just hold our judgment until things manifest a little further before I say I'm happy or I'm mad with him. People who hate him just hate him and automatically jump to whatever opposite of what Trump's saying, they will jump to. And then they push it. Yeah. Oh, Orange Man bad. We want the Epstein files. Well, now Hillary Clinton is screaming like a shrieking banshee in a Congress hearing because she's getting questioned on the Epstein files.
Yeah, I don't know the man. I don't know him.
Oh my God. You're not allowed to take pictures of me. Okay. Snap. I mean, we've never met him. Why was Ghislaine Maxwell at your daughter's wedding then? Right up front. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh, so, who's I can't think of her name, but I can see her face distinctly. The actress and commentator that now the black women that does the View.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw something about not that long ago where she was sort of in favor of releasing the Epstein files, and then as soon as her name popped up, she took completely the different direction, the opposite direction.
Well, I think what bothers me with the Epstein files, I think what we're getting is not. It is partially accurate. There's a lot of correct information in there, but there's also information that was added. Why? Because they've had the Epstein files now for close to a decade.
Also, it's not just about names being added or redacted. It's also about anybody who has ever had any sort of contact with Epstein, irrelevant of the situation, irrelevant of the reason.
Right.
It's like a bit of a witch hunt thing going on.
Right.
Well, it's
like
turning
Elvis
into
Presley.
It's turning into a joke.
Epstein.
Like the information they're putting out on X and everything is just a complete joke. You go in there and you see those emails these idiots are posting, and they're just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they're making it into a joke like Pizzagate was. You know what I mean?
But they're doing that. Why? Because that's how they're trying to fight it or combat it.
Make it look like it's just stupid, and so nobody would pay attention to it, and they just slide it right up under the rug.
But in the interim, here's what I love. What people are noticing is, again, this is old news to the Trump administration. Okay, they knew this in the first administration. This is old news to them. So they've had 4 friggin' years to plan how they were going to execute this. Because while people are bickering and posting emails and, oh, Trump did this and, oh, so-and-so did that, and both sides are doing it constantly. While that's happening, again, we had swoops this week. I think it was another 100,000 children got recovered. So
we have a similar sort of situation in this country with the rape gang issue. Information has been allegedly available for at least 12 years now. And a lot of public officials could be compromised because of
big time. Big time. And the fun thing, here's another fun fact, and I keep saying this to people because I just cannot believe how short-memoried people are. I'm like, guys, yeah, there's a lot in the Epstein files, but a lot of what's in the Epstein files is actually also in the Assange drops, the WikiLeaks dumps. It's just basically information transplanted from one to the other. And it may be written differently, maybe different authors, but it is the same information. There was a lot of information in the WikiLeaks dumps. That's why they wanted Assange so badly. They had to shut him up quickly. And here's the thing, we don't even have a quarter of his files. We don't have the McAfee files yet.
Yeah, but see,
And
the stuff with
McAfee's another one.
Assange, the stuff with Assange's files, though, is they got corrupted because somebody went in and started pretending that WikiLeaks information was going in, and it was actually coming from Reddit, if you remember.
Correct. Correct.
And that just blew it all out of the water.
But
as far as McAfee is concerned, he's been compromised because of
I don't think McAfee's dead. I do not think John McAfee is dead. You could not convince me in a million years that John McAfee is dead. It's kind of like with Epstein. When I looked at the pictures of what they were saying with Jeff Epstein, and again, it doesn't take a genius to look at a picture of Jeff Epstein and look at that body and say, that is not the same person. It is not. Physically, it is not the same person. Your ears do not change their shape with death. No. I mean, and again, I had somebody say to me, well, that's pushing it a little far. And I'm like, okay, you guys act like when Epstein was spotted in Israel. And I'm not saying that was Jeff Epstein, because I honestly believe he is probably a WITPRO or WITSEC. But I will say that every single government official we've got that's high up, whether it's the United States, whether it's England, whether it's Spain, Poland, does not matter. They all have body doubles. Every single one of them have a body double. And those body doubles are used. Trump definitely has a body double. And unless you're really looking closely, a lot of times it is really hard to tell if it is him or not. And I remember, do you guys remember when Trump got COVID and they rushed him off to the ship? Oh God, what's the name of that ship? Forget the name of it, but it was one of our naval medical facilities on the water. Okay, and he was disappeared for 3 days because he had COVID. And like 2 weeks earlier, his brother had died, Robert Trump. I'll never forget it when they first released the pictures of him supposedly coming back. It was not him, it was Robert. I remember looking at the picture and shaking my head, and looking at Robert Trump's picture and shaking my head again and going, yeah, maybe a little bit of makeup here and there, a little bit of prosthetics, but that is not Donald Trump. That is his brother. And maybe it takes somebody who, like, I am situationally aware. I look at things. I see things, and I look at them and say, look, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't match. It doesn't match. And I'll never forget with Jeff Epstein. Both Ralphie and I are both looking at the picture going, that is not him. Not him. Nope. Can't even believe the public is buying this.
That's not even Ghislaine Maxwell's still in prison.
It's like I said,
swapped her out.
Crazy. It's crazy. And you sound crazy when you say these things, but I always think to myself, the CIA played this so well.
They did.
Because, when sometimes the farthest thing from what you thought could be the truth is the truth, they are in their safest place. Because you sound crazy when you're saying it. People cannot get their heads around it. They don't want to get their heads around it. The problem with
conspiracy theory.
The problem with even what surfaced recently in the Epstein files was something about Obama's chef, and I remember talking about that when he turned up dead. Remember, he was floating. They were all doing the paddle boarding at Obama's place up in the Northeast, and the chef just ends up floating by like dead, and everybody said, "What the hell is that?" I mean, how does that happen? Vineyard. Yeah, do you remember that? Something surfaced in the Epstein files that kind of correlated to the fact that one of the reasons he may have been murdered was because he was asked to cook human flesh, and he refused.
Oh.
He was trained by Richard Branson's chef.
Yep.
Oh.
It was and I thought, this is something Raphael did a highlight on this when we were on the air about the Cannibal Club and stuff like that. And he went into really in-depth information about it, basically showing, hey, this is proof. And what he did was he did it exactly like an investigator would do it, where he had bullet points lined up. And to sit there and have people say, well, it's just a rumor. No, it's not a rumor, folks. People were serving human flesh in a restaurant. It was not a rumor.
That's just gross.
Yeah.
Well,
and it's a horrible thing to think about.
You hear all these reports where they're finding human DNA in a lot of the meats that we eat. And it's not just going to McDonald's. I'm talking about hot dogs, ground beef. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. I mean, what are they going to do with all the body parts? They can't eat it all. They need, they're still going to make their adrenochrome, but they can't eat it all. So what are they going to do with it? They just blend it in with your
cement.
Yep. And but it does explain a lot of the sudden, like, mental illnesses, bipolar, all these weird, like, neural issues that we seem to be having as of late. Not like, I always thought even autism, I know it connects to vaccines, but it could connect to that too. If there is human flesh in our food, you cannot eat human flesh, especially not on a regular basis. You cannot. It will destroy you.
So are you suggesting that I was going to say, are you suggesting that a large population of US citizens are suffering from CJD?
Yep. Well, actually, look at Merkel. Don't you remember with Merkel? She was diagnosed with a disease that literally is a disease of cannibalism. I mean,
It started with
like,
a C.
Yep, I know. I can't remember the name of it.
Cujo.
Yep. Yep, but
not that.
yeah, you're right. It was like Cujo or something like that, but it is literally a cannibalism disease. And yeah, it got they made a thing about it, but they didn't explain what the disease was, and then it was never talked about again. And it's like, hello, she's eating people. She has to have that disease.
Well, supposedly the Obamas got involved in this with the sending their chef over to train with Branson's chef, but they apparently Michelle has she loves the human jerky and they also the baby pate.
Oh God, that's gross. All right, guys, with that, I got to sign the show off for the evening. I'm actually going over. I hope y'all enjoyed it. We will be back again next week, hopefully with lots more fun things to talk about. We're out of here.
That's the disease.
We're out of here. Have a great night. What is it, Kuru?
All right,
Kuru,
gotcha. Do you want to do an after show? If you want to, if not, that's fine with me.
No, I'm gonna hop off only because I really badly injured my ankle and I am like struggling right now. So I am gonna jump.
All right, I am going to host out to the Great Conspiracy.
Love you guys.
Over
Good night.
on
Good night. Happy
Kick.
birthday.
Thank
you're on
you.
Kick,
Roger,
we'll-
send me that birthday song.
Stick around.
Ow, ow.
Good night, everybody. Mark, I sorry I called you a cherry.
Good night.
What? Good night.
See you guys later.